Now it's so fascinating which things it's going to be like. You can have this sound at this point and not at this point. But we think we have things solved. I know I was briefly muted when I came in, but it should all be fine now, in theory. For those of you who have not been with us so far, then you can actually go back and watch episodes 1 and 2 to follow through. I was going to bring the book in to show you how far through we are, because I'm reading off of the PDF, but I have the actual book. But we are on page 122 right now, out of 544. So, Andrew, I am ready when you are.
All right, I think we're right after press the garlic in the bowl. So starting with airplane training accident.
Okay.
10 seconds pre-roll. I'll stop you if the level match is not quite there.
Got it.
But it sounds right. Here we go.
Mistake like that. You're thinking of Icarus. The muscles in Kenneth's forearms flexed as he tore and pressed the garlic in the bowl.
Airplane training accident manifesto.
Okay. Sorry, you're way louder.
Oh,
That's
weird.
full. The gain hasn't changed.
I haven't touched that, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I moved my chair.
Could be the chair. You sound a little more present.
Yeah.
Significantly louder.
Okay, so.
But it's also the end of the day versus the beginning of the day, of course.
Yeah, that's true. Which is the other thing. Which is why, for those who are curious, we will break when we have to. We normally try to break at the end of the chapter, but for this, because we had a hard out yesterday, we broke on a line of dialogue because the difference is not as much. Okay, so I scooted my chair back a hair, and I have also breathed down on my gain.
Okay. Let's try again. I'm gonna roll us up to it one more time. Here we go.
Mistake like that. You're thinking of Icarus. The muscles in Kenneth's forearms flexed as he tore and pressed the garlic in the bowl.
Airplane training accident manifesto. He looked up at me. I'm thinking Nathaniel wasn't the target. I thought it might have been aimed at you. The manifesto talks about astronets. Of those, you're the wife of the governor, an original astronaut. If I wanted to take down the IAC, then targeting you wouldn't be a bad strategy, while discrediting the program as a whole through accidental deaths. Kenneth dumped an anchovy fillet into the bowl and began mashing it in. Oh, the singing is beginning early today.
Can we go back to while discrediting? I think we just make smooth. Yeah, just while discrediting from there.
Mm-hmm.
1 second. I just wanted to do one little thing. Okay, here we go.
Of those, you're the wife of the governor, an original astronaut. If I wanted to take down the IAC, then targeting you wouldn't be a bad strategy,
while discrediting the program as a whole through accidental deaths. Kenneth dumped an anchovy fillet into the bowl and began mashing it into the garlic paste. Poison is an outlier, yes, but I am one of the most vocal advocates for the space program. If you died... Kenneth reached for an egg and stood there holding it without moving for a long minute. He cleared his throat. Leaving aside the question of how it would affect me. If you were poisoned in our home, the press would raise the question of if I had done it. People will think our marriage is in trouble. Marlowe squawked and jumped out of my lap. Wisps of his fur clung to the sweat on my clenched fists. Shit. True. Kenneth lifted the egg and cracked it against the bowl. The brittle snap of the shell was shockingly loud. Everything the FBI identifies as Icarus has happened in Kansas City. You'll be safer on the moon than you are here. You can't possibly think I'll leave you, not after telling me that you've had a heart attack. Nicole. Kenneth set the fork down and wiped his hands on a clean white towel. Nicole. If I hadn't told you about the heart attack and just said that I'd changed my mind, would you argue with me about going? That's neither here nor there. I would have been relieved. But he had told me about the heart attack, and that changed everything. I wasn't going to abandon him here, and especially not to save my own skin. I am trying. I want you to understand that I could have managed you, and I didn't. You want me to be honest with you, and this is the price for that. He shrugged. You want me to not protect you. Here we are. I had a heart attack months ago. You were on the moon, and I'm fine. The fact that you weren't here, it changed nothing. I'm fine. It changed nothing. And that was the problem, wasn't it? I wiped my hands on my trousers, brushing the sweat and cat fur off on them.
I wiped after trousers, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Wiped my hands on my trousers,
brushing the sweat and cat fur off on them. So, just to sum up for clarity, you want me to go to the moon because I will be safer and have no earthly use. He rolled his eyes. Come on. I winced. No, you're right. I'm sorry. I rubbed my forehead and turned my grimace to the floor. I know you were trying to reassure me, but without my sass, that's essentially the shape of things. In this context, I'm more useful on the moon than here, and if I go, it will provide an illusion of normalcy as a side effect, which is politically advantageous right now. Yes. He shook his head. I thought about not telling you about the heart attack, and I know it seems unfair to tell you now, but if I didn't do it tonight... I've put it off for months, waiting for the right time. There's not going to be a right time, and... The lie was filling my brain constantly. I'm sorry. I'm not sure if I should thank you for telling me or yell at you for not telling me. He cocked a finger at me. You already yelled. Not enough, but I also understood. I'd planned to wait to tell him about my unpowered landing. If the right time had never come, I sighed. Thank you for telling me. So you'll go? I didn't feel relief or delight or anything except despair. Despair is not a word.
I didn't feel. Here we go.
You'll go?
I didn't feel relief or delight or anything except despair. I'll go.
I hear that.
Yep, airplane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just didn't fly while we were testing. I don't know why.
I think that must be the case. Or the weather has changed, and so they're sending them over us from the airport.
Yeah, that's possible. The wind, maybe?
Yeah, wind. Or some flight instructor has discovered that this is the perfect spot to do turns around to point.
Yep. How do you dissuade them? Fireworks?
Yeah, that could be.
Big sign.
Big sign. Contact air traffic control. Hey,
Right.
So I know that you have like these flight patterns and there's safety and stuff, but I'm doing an audiobook and it's so super important that I have quiet. Could you just like not send people my way? Thanks. Appreciate it. Buy you a latte
only
next
2
time.
weeks.
I think we're clear.
Oh. Okay, here we go.
So you'll go?
Sorry, I lost my place on the page. Okay, right. Despair. That's it. Okay.
Yep, here we go.
So you'll go?
I didn't feel relief or delight or anything except despair. I'll go. I leveled my own finger at him. I'll go if you promise to tell me if it happens again. I promise I'll tell you. And you won't wait. I glared at him with all the formidable power of a Swiss finishing school education. Did you hear the bird song?
No.
Good.
Was it loud?
Yeah.
Oh. Nope. Birds can't punch through.
Fantastic.
At least that one couldn't. Here we go.
Tell you. And you won't wait.
I glared at him with all the formidable power of a Swiss finishing school education, coupled with lessons from my mother. It is a glare that tells the viewer that I am not planning on murdering them, but that they are already dead and I'm trying to find their next of kin. I know your feelings about private codes right now, but if you aren't willing to tell me in the clear, I want a code. Kenneth inhaled as if he were going to start an impassioned address to the Senate. He held it. It escaped in a long, low sigh, and I knew I'd won. Fine. But not for exchanging letters. If it happens again, I'll send a message telling you that the flowers are blooming. I wanted to push for more, so help me, but this would do for now. Part 2. 13. Rioters seize building. Kansas City, April 9th, 1963. Demonstrators ended a 7-hour invasion of the United States Capitol today after a personal appeal by Kansas's Governor Kenneth T. Wargan. About 100 demonstrators had holed up in the building, some threatening to burn themselves and the building if police tried to evict them. The rioters said at first that they would not leave until the president agreed to use emergency powers to reallocate resources to states still impoverished by the effects of the meteor. But the demonstration came to a surprising end with the arrival of the governor. He spent time praying with individual protesters and making handwritten notes of their concerns. One by one, they walked out of the building, although one demonstrator said afterward that the group would meet with the governor later and would try to return to the building if the meeting was unsatisfactory. Governor Wargan is widely discussed as a possible frontrunner for the presidential races in 1964, although he has not yet declared if he will run for office. The entire time we were in Brazil, I kept waiting for something to go wrong. Nothing did. Our team had been drastically reconfigured with the thinnest of public rationales to remove anyone who might be a potential bad actor. I was used to teams that had worked together for months before a launch. Now I had a mixed bag. I had known some of the new team members for years. Others were going to the moon for their first time. The night before we launched, I slid into the phone booth for my scheduled call with Kenneth. The Brazilian astronaut quarters had substantially better views than the Kansas Center. It was a 3-story home with stairs leading down to a private beach. Outside the phone booth, the waters of the Atlantic lapped against steep, ruddy cliffs. In the distance, a sailboat cut through the waves with its yellow and red sail taut in the wind. The phone rang barely once before Kenneth picked up. "Hello?" I melted a little at the sound of his voice, but even in those 2 innocuous syllables I could hear the strain. "Hello, love. Everything down here is going swimmingly. How's life at home?" "Good, good. I've got Marlowe sitting on my lap. He misses you." "Scratch his ears for me?" "Already there. Here." The phone fumbled and shushed as the receiver brushed against something, and then a steady purring filled my ear. I closed my eyes and put my hand over my mouth to keep the weeping inside. The purr faded, and my husband's voice returned. "Could you hear that?" "Yeah." I wiped the skin under my eyes and sniffed to clear my nose. "I miss you so much." "Me too." I could picture him sitting in his wingback chair in his study, head leaning to the side with Marlowe curled in his lap. In one hand he held the phone, eyes half closed, while the other hand made circles through dense black fur. All of the unsaid things crackled on the phone lines between us. Kenneth. But I also need to grab the audio file for this bit of Portuguese.
Oh, got you.
So give me just a second to grab that. I also realized that I left my cup coming up, and we've got some
some comm stuff too.
Yeah,
we've got a couple. We got a couple of fixes. Do you want to just do those before you get up?
Yeah. Let's do the fixes first.
Okay. Just listen to the end of the news thing. The word I was thinking about was office. Here you go.
If the meeting was unsatisfactory. Governor Morgan is widely discussed as a possible frontrunner for the presidential races in 1964, although he has not yet declared if he will run for office.
do you think?
Yeah, we can make that a little more confident.
The office was fine. There's just kind of a dropout. Not it wasn't a dropout on the internet. Just kind of like you lost volume on the middle of office is what I heard. So, can we take it from, although he is not yet declared,
Yeah.
just through office?
Give me just
Yeah.
a second to scroll back to it.
Sure.
Okay.
Here we go.
Presidential races in 1964.
Although he has not yet declared if he will run for office.
Perfect. Thank you. And then there's
No
one
problem.
more. Right near where we stopped. Me too. I could picture him sitting in his wingback chair in his study, head leaning against the side. I think you said, didn't say against. You said something different. I've forgotten exactly what. But let's listen. You said to the side.
Ah, thank you.
So all the phrase we need is just head leaning to the side. Head leaning against the side, Marlo curled in his lap. Here we go.
In his wingback chair in his study.
Head leaning against the side.
One sec.
Sure thing. I am looking for... Why is that not just immediately coming up? There he is. Weird.
Study. Wingback chair in his study.
Hi, Mary. Here it goes. Slow first and then a normal speed. Number 1.
Great.
Okay, I'm gonna set this so that you all can hear, hopefully.
Barreira do
Barreiro do
Inferno.
Inferno. Really, I'm so glad that's why I asked him to record these things for me.
Hi, Mary. Here it goes. Slow first and then a normal speed. Number 1. Barreira do Inferno. Number 2.
Okay, he's going through all them slowly. Barreiro do Inferno. Barreira do Inferno. Okay.
That sounded right to me. Yep. Mm-hmm. How do you want to do this?
I think I can just do that in line.
Here we go.
Tackled on the phone lines between us.
Sorry.
Sorry, we got to do Kenneth cleared his throat.
No, I was so
Tackled on the
prepared.
phone lines between us.
Kenneth cleared his throat. How are things in hell? Let me do that line again. I just don't like the read. I'm thinking ahead.
Yep. Here we go.
Kenneth cleared his throat.
How are things in hell? I laughed. For unknown reasons, the Brazilian spaceport was called Barreiro do Inferno. Literally, the barrier to hell. Did I? I don't think I nailed that, actually.
No, you made an O at the end of Barreira.
Yep.
It's supposed to be Barreira. Yep.
Yep, Barreira.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
For unknown reasons, here we go.
Yep. I laughed.
For unknown reasons, the Brazilian spaceport was called Barreira do... Oh, I don't have my stylus in here. It does not look like to Anglo eyes Barreira. Barreira do Inferno. Okay.
Here we go.
Oh. I laughed.
For unknown reasons, the Brazilian space... Okay.
Oh. I laughed.
For unknown reasons, the Brazilian spaceport was called Barreira do Inferno. Literally, the barrier to hell. I had a mango daiquiri yesterday. Was that... So that one I Americanized a little bit, but reasonably...
I think it was reasonable. Let me listen
Okay.
real quick. You want to hear too?
Yeah.
For unknown reasons, the Brazilian spaceport was called Barreira do Inferno, literally the barrier.
You good with that?
I'm good with that. That sounds like the way Nicole would say it.
Perfect. Moving on.
Literally the barrier to hell.
I had a mango daiquiri yesterday. Truly, my life is so difficult here. He chuckled as if this were a normal conversation and not my last night on Earth. Ready for the launch tomorrow? Yes. Everyone has been great about all the changes, and we've really pulled together as a team, I think. All of that was true, but it was the flat surface of the situation. Everyone was tense and stressed about the changes because they didn't understand what was happening, but they had guesses. You can't send a group of terrifyingly brilliant people in to talk to the FBI, make changes to the launch schedule and staffing, and expect them to think everything was nominal. How about you? Any flowers in the garden? No. Everything is a healthy, verdant green, but nothing is blooming. He cleared his throat. You don't have to ask me every day, you know. When I'm on the moon...
Let's go back and get a couple things, please.
Sure thing.
Ready for launch tomorrow. I think you said ready for the launch.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. That's the only phrase we need. Here we go. Yeah, right there at least.
My last night on Earth.
Ready for launch tomorrow?
Excellent. Thank you. And then there's one more. Schedule. I just wanted to check how it sounded.
Okay.
Terrifyingly brilliant people in to talk to the FBI, make changes to the launch schedule and staffing, and expect them to think,
That's okay to me. You
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
when I'm on...
Let's see here. When I'm on the moon. Here we go.
You don't have to ask me every day, you know.
When I'm on the moon, I promise to...
You don't have to ask me every day, you know.
When I'm on the moon, I promise to only ask once a week. He laughed. You only get one phone call a week. But there's teletype. I could ask you every day in the mail, so count your blessings. I do. Every day. I do. He didn't tell me that he was praying for my safe return, but I could hear it in his voice. In other news, Nathaniel is out of the hospital. I stopped by with Reynard and we played some poker. Herschel, by the way, is a wicked player. I'm convinced he counts cards. If he has half of his...
If he has, here we go.
You don't have to... I'm convinced he counts cards.
If he has half of his sister's math skills, he probably just intuits the probabilities without thinking about it. Well, now he has a he now has.
Here we go.
Just intuits the probabilities without thinking about it.
Well, he now has a very nice jar of cocktail onions to show for it. He sighed into the receiver. Keeping up with the news down there? I grimaced. The situation at the Capitol? Yes. Is the news making it sound better or worse than it really was? A mix. It was mostly peaceful, but the contingent that turned violent was very effective at their mayhem. I think Dinley is going to set a curfew. I think that's going to make things worse, but it's also easier to police if there are fewer people on the streets. Are you mostly staying in Topeka? It's been a lot of back and forth. Honestly, I'm home tonight to take your call. He shifted the phone. Would you... I think I might need to publicly declare.
Let's do it right there, I think.
Okay.
Would you...
I think I might need to... I didn't like the...
Same place?
Mm-hmm.
Would you...
I think I might need to publicly declare for office before you come back. Is that all right? The room went cold. I'd been there for every opening rally. When he ran for mayor and state senator and then for senator of the new post-meteor government and governor. If I wasn't there, it would be remarked upon in the news cycle. He would be going in burdened by speculation that our marriage was in trouble, that I wouldn't be able to fulfill my duties as the First Lady if I was on the moon. But I also understood why. You need to shift the news. Things were going to shit, and once he declared, his voice would be amplified beyond Kansas. I closed my eyes, blocking out the ocean and the beach. Would it help if I did a broadcast from... Someone banged on the door, and then Birgit threw it open. "Nicole! The sun is out!" Beyond the window, a rare break in the perpetual clouds had formed. Golden light bathed a patch of the coast, turning the water from silver to a painful azure. Astronauts and technicians flooded out of the house. Michael Lynn pulled his shirt off and fell back on the grass. Curtis Fry sank to his knees, lifting his face to the sky in what looked like prayer. Eugene spun Myrtle, laughing in a circle. "Oh, In the phone, Kenneth said, "I heard. Go. Quick. Before the clouds close. I love you." What a world we live in. That sunshine was rarer than being able to talk to my husband from the moon. Okay, the next scene is the one with the thing, so I'm going to go get the plastic cup. I'll be right back.
Let me check one quick thing before you go.
Thing.
Sorry. Here it is. Can we just get the phrase Eugene spun Myrtle laughing in a circle? I just had a little clicky thing.
Yep.
Thank you.
To the sky in what looked like prayer.
Sorry, I just accidentally... Okay, great.
To the sky in what looked like prayer.
Eugene spun Myrtle laughing in a circle.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay, sounds good.
Everyone in the listening audience is wondering why I'm asking for a plastic cup. Alessandra, don't tell them. Okay. Wait, can't hear you yet. Great. Hello.
Hello. I have to change one quick thing. My little shortcut was doing something weird, and I think I figured it out.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay. So, picking up with, I'm sure it will be a surprise to no one.
Yes.
Bottom of the page.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Okay, here we go.
Talk to my husband from the moon.
I'm sure it will surprise no one that I am happiest when I am in control. I've become accustomed to being a passenger when we launch on the big rockets, but I don't enjoy it. I miss the days when it was just 3 people in a capsule and I had an actual job. Today, I was lying on my back, strapped securely into my launch couch.
Today, here we go.
Problems?
Yeah, it didn't fix what I thought it fixed.
Oh, well.
That's okay.
So, and I had an actual job.
Sorry, did you hear that?
No. Oh, I thought you were still trying to fix the thing, so
Oh,
I
gotcha. Okay.
was just like waiting. Sorry, my bad.
Okay. No.
I did hear it.
That's my bad.
Yes.
I I will make one quick attempt to fix the thing here.
Okay.
It's another one of those gremlins where I didn't change anything and suddenly it doesn't work the same way.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go.
And I had an actual job.
Today, I was lying on my back, strapped securely into my launch couch, and listening to the comms piped in from the pilot compartment up above. This was our 4th attempt to launch. We'd been scrubbed thus far by a lightning strike, a wayward plane invading the IAC's space, and a stuck relay switch. At least I had an aisle seat. Eugene's voice crackled over the speakers.
2 minutes downstairs. Flight attendants, stop beverage surface. Surface.
Stop beverage surface, yes.
Okay. Let's go back and get a wayward plane invading the IAC's airspace. You said space, I think.
Got it.
Here we go.
Thus far by a lightning strike.
A wayward plane invading the IAC's airspace, and a stuck relay switch.
Good, one sec.
Okay.
Do some shifting around.
Stuck relay switch.
Okay. So then, after over the speakers. Here we go.
Crackled over the speakers.
2 minutes downstairs.
You can hear Elsie say the cat
and
behind us.
And his cat.
Yeah, I was like, one of the cats has decided to start singing the song of their people. Yeah, no, it's okay, kid. Oh, for crying out loud. It's such a quiet space. Why today are you upset about not being allowed in the room? Because that is the sound that she sings when she's not allowed in a space. And she will do this for hours, so I'm going to attempt to...
Let her in?
No.
Or take her away?
I have to figure out where to put her because the apartment is not that big.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I know, sweetheart. Yes, we are all very aware of your presence. Hi. Yes, here, look. You can say hello to the peoples. Hello, peoples. This is Elsie. She is very sweet, and she's tragically upset to be alone. Yeah, I know. So now you know I'm okay. Here, why don't you hang out there? I don't know. Sometimes she just wants to know that I'm not dead, so... And sometimes she's upset about not being allowed in.
That's funny.
At some point, I really need to take a photo to show you all what this ridiculous setup looks like. This is not a state-of-the-art. This is a state-of-the-moment setup here. Okay. Let's see how Eugene and his cat are doing now.
Sorry. One sec.
Oh, no. No, she's back. Yeah. God, I think I have to lock her in the bathroom so that she's... Oh, no, I know I can put her. Okay. It's the, so she has access to litter box and not to me combo.
Right. Okay. So, let me know when you're ready. Oh, you're off. Yes. Okay.
Okay. The look of betrayal that I just received. So Sadie was, I'm back and I can hear you.
Cool.
Sadie was already asleep in the bathroom. She has a towel. She likes to climb up onto these stacked towels and is asleep on that. That's where their litter box is. And sometimes they sleep in there at night, so voluntarily with the door open. So I just put Elsie in there with Sadie. She has access to the litter box. And it's, she'll be fine. She's probably going to complain loudly at the door, but that's on the other side of the apartment, so...
Perfect. Should be good.
Theoretically.
As long as she doesn't have a subwoofer for a voice.
She's tiny.
Yep. Let me know when you're ready.
I am very ready.
Okay. After over the speakers. Here we go.
One more time.
Crackled over the speakers.
2 minutes downstairs. Flight attendants stop beverage service and prepare for launch.
Laughter crackled through the cabin. There were no flight attendants, just 28 astronauts and colonists strapped into couches with our feet in the air and a desperate need to pee. I reached up to close my visor, the polycarbonate hissing against the rubber seals. It clicked into place, leaving me with the metallic tang of bottled air, the hum of my suit fan, and the crackle pops of rookies triggering their voxes with excited breaths.
Sorry, let's do laughter rippled through the cabin.
Yep.
And here we go. Here we go.
Service and prepare for launch.
Laughter rippled through the cabin.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, moving on.
And someone asked if the shirt was the one that I made, and yes, I did make this shirt. I'm just like clicking over and back really fast at any break. Okay, ready?
Okay, here we go. Mm-hmm.
Their voxes with excited breaths.
Imelda Alva Corona lay to my right.
Their voxes with excited breaths.
Imelda Alva Corona lay to my right, her long dark hair pulled tight beneath her Snoopy cap. She stared out the window at the ocean and sighed.
You okay?
Sorry.
You got it.
I hear.
Yep.
I hear you manipulating the. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know why this one is. But it is. So I will try this. Let's see if that works.
Okay. Let me see if I can get rid of the first one here. No, we got to do it from her long dark hair, please.
Don't bother.
You ready?
Yep.
Alva Corona lay to my right.
Her long dark hair pulled tight beneath her Snoopy cap. She stared out the window at the ocean and sighed.
You okay? Oh, yeah.
She jumped, probably startled that I could hear her sigh with her helmet closed.
Let's see here.
Do this with my left hand.
She jumped. Here we go.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
She jumped, probably.
Oh, yeah.
She jumped, probably startled that I could hear her sigh with her helmet closed, but it had triggered her vox. She gave me a little shrug.
The ocean is just... I grew up in the plains. I saw the space station before I went to the beach.
Across the aisle from us, Luther Sanchez said, "Even for oceans, Brazil's coast is pretty impressive. I grew up with long, flat beaches. This whole jungle, then cliff, then water thing is disorienting." No one asked him where he was from originally. Post-meteor, a lot of people didn't talk about home anymore because it was a reminder of too many dead friends.
Post meteor. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
asked him where he was from originally.
Post-Meteor, a lot of people didn't talk about home anymore because it was a reminder of too many dead friends. From going through all the files with Clemens, I knew that Luther had been from Florida. The Panhandle was still fine, mostly, but tidal waves had been hard on the coast. His hometown was just gone. He'd been in Europe with the Air Force when the meteor hit. First person in his family to graduate from college and leave town. Oh, that's right. I think we decided that the convention was, and I should redo this, I think we decided that the convention was that I don't use the cup for the for her because she's inside the helmet and her voice sounds, and she's hearing everyone else. So the "you okay" I should do again.
Yep, that makes sense.
I should write these things down and.
Here we go.
Window at the ocean and sighed.
You okay?
Oh.
Yep, great.
Okay.
Okay. After leave town.
Yep.
Here we go.
Graduate from college and leave town.
There's a plane. Now it's surround sound. Let's see.
They missed their cue. They're like 3 chapters too late.
I know. Let's see if there's anything that I want to respond to over in the chats. Loopy Dragon, the friend with the online name, Wayward Plane, yes, that is a deliberate reference to our mutual friend, who's and those of you who are listening can go and follow Wayward Plane on Twitter with that handle. That plane is still there. This plane is also wayward. She was well known because she accidentally stopped, I think it was a shuttle launch, because she was flying in her private plane to get a better view and accidentally drifted into NASA airspace and delayed the launch with a wayward plane. So... Okay, it's clear.
Okay. Here we go. Sorry, 1 second. Okay.
Okay.
Graduate from college and leave town.
I grew up in Detroit, and we'd vacation at the Great Lakes. We had a summer house where we'd escape the summer heat. We had a vacation house. Not a summer house. I mean, it was that too, technically, I suppose. But
yeah, it's both, but still.
Yeah.
That's so weird. Okay.
We'd vacation at the Great Lakes.
We had a vacation house where we'd escaped
We'd vacation at the Great Lakes.
We had a vacation house where we'd escaped the summer heat. I thought I knew surf until the first time I went to California. So wrong. I was so wrong. Behind me, Faustino Albino Rios said,
I'm not sure I ever heard you say you were wrong about anything.
I was wrong about liking you. At the starboard window of our row, Imelda said,
Oh, there goes the lock's arm.
Much as some people might wish that it meant they'd loaded the ship with smoked salmon, it was the liquid oxygen supply arm retracting. I couldn't see it from my vantage point. A faint mechanical whir reverberated through the cabin, and at the port window of our row, Ahana flinched in her seat. There are things that no amount of simulation can prepare you for. I leaned toward her, but my voice would carry over crew comms.
Let's go back and get at the starboard window seat. You said at the starboard window about the seat.
Got it.
Just through Imelda said, if you'd
Okay.
like. Here we go. Said, here we go.
I was wrong about liking you.
At the port window seat.
Oh,
All right, here we go.
I was wrong about liking you.
At the starboard window seat of our row, Imelda said,
Great. Thank you. I lean toward. Here we go.
Simulation can prepare you for.
I leaned toward her, but my voice would carry over crew comms to the rest of the people in the cabin. That's a yarmulke cap being pulled? Nathaniel had made a joke about that early on, and it stuck as official nomenclature. Nomenclature, yes. That's when you name something in order to hold it. It's a technique popularized by Ursula K. Le Guin in Wizard of Earthsea, when Ged uses nomenclature to hold back. Okay, where do we need to start from?
I got all that.
Ah! I don't know why I'm just said this to a live stream that's being recorded. Of course it's being, yes. Good.
Well,
good,
that's
good.
true. That's
Yeah.
true. Yep. Okay, the yarmulke being pulled. So Nathaniel made a joke. We'll take it
Yep.
from there. And then the word. How do you actually say the word?
It's yarmulke. I did.
The one you stumbled on.
Oh, nomenclature.
See, I've heard it as I've heard it as nomenclature.
Nomenclature, nomenclature. It's all, these are all, it's semantics. I don't know why you are getting on my case about any of this.
Worms, Roxanne, worms.
Nomenclature.
Excellent. Okay, here we go.
Great.
That's a yarmulke cap being pulled?
Did I put an R in that?
We could do that again, I think. Let's just do it from there. Do you want to hear it
Yeah.
one more time? Okay.
That's a yarmulke cap being pulled?
Oh, yeah. No, there's very much an R in that. I mean, I realize it's on
Yeah.
the page, but it's not.
Yes. Let's do that again. From there.
Okay.
Here we go.
Comms to the rest of the people in the cabin.
That's the yarmulke cap being pulled. Oh, and now I just went Southern because I was thinking about.
Alma.
Yep.
Here we go.
Comms to the rest of the people in the cabin.
That's the yarmulke cap being pulled. Nathaniel had.
From Nathaniel. Here we
Okay.
go.
That's the yarmulke cap being pulled?
Nathaniel had made a joke about that early on, and it stuck as official nomenclature.
Here we go.
That's the yarmulke cap being pulled?
Nathaniel had made a joke about that early on, and it stuck as official nomenclature for the cap that kept the rocket stable on the pad until right before launch. I hoped he would be all right. Herschel said he was still having trouble keeping food down.
thanks.
Ahana smiled, and it was a little tight.
I should have known.
Someday they'll make a simulator that includes everything. Until then, think of them as delightful surprises. I wished, not for the first time, that we hadn't needed to take new people up to the colony on this trip. If Clemens had cut all the first-timers, people would have noticed. People?
After noticed. Are you getting
Okay.
hungry?
No, why do you ask?
Okay. Just thought I would check.
No, it's fine. There was no stomach noise there.
Okay, here we go.
People would have noticed.
People would have lost even more confidence in the program. Outside the window, a huge gust of white haze vented, wiping away the ocean. Conversation vanished underneath the harsh hiss. From somewhere in the cabin, a man yelped,
Mother of God!
"Liquid oxygen vent," I murmured to Ahana. Totally normal.
This is your captain speaking. Please make sure your seatbelts are fastened.
This is, here we go. do.
This
Helps if I punch the right place. Someone texted me. Maybe we missed something. I'll check as we go here.
Alessandra wants to know if we used the cup with the Vox on the plane with yesterday's recording, and we didn't, and I thought about it, but they're not in helmets.
Yes, that's true. We did not.
But I know that but I also used it with, when I used it with the fighter pilots in Calculating Stars, they have breather masks over their face, so it is. It is a thing that Andrew and I should talk about for consistencies.
Mm-hmm. You want to talk about it now or later?
Let's talk about it later.
Okay.
Great. Okay.
Okay. After totally normal, here we go.
Totally normal.
This is your captain speaking. Please make sure your seat belts are fastened and your tray tables stowed.
Eugene was such a ham.
1 minute. I repeat, 1 minute downstairs.
Luther Sanchez tugged on his harness, which was adorable. Upstairs, in the command module, they would be doing final checks while those of us downstairs, in the passenger module, had been locked into our seats for the better part of 2 hours.
Cabin pressure is probably going to give us an alarm.
Eugene had barely finished speaking before a klaxon blared through the cabin. I heard multiple people gasp. The problem with the colonists is that their training time was significantly shorter than ours. I say that, but I'm also lying. Every noise, every alarm made me tense in ways that they normally did not during a launch. With each one, I was certain that something that looked like a routine problem was about to kill us all. Myrtle raised her voice to cut through the buzz on the comms.
Folks, this is a pretty routine alarm during pre-launch. Sorry about that.
Eugene sounded utterly calm. Of course, I've also heard him sound that calm when he was flying a plane literally on fire, so take that as you will.
The alarm looks good.
Which meant our cabin pressure was acceptable. Clemens had flown down for this launch, and I knew he was in the firing room. Even if no one else in the launch center knew about the larger concerns, he wouldn't let us fly if anything was off nominal. Ullage pressures.
Ullage? I don't know that.
It's a rocket term.
Perfect.
For DVD commentary purposes, this scene is based in part on a transcript of an actual shuttle launch, mission, what the flight crew was doing, and the timelines. So sometimes they say a thing and I don't know what they mean. Ullage pressures are up is one of those things. The other thing that is interesting is when he says, 1 minute, 1 minute downstairs. When I had one of my astronaut friends proofing this, he said, I don't know what this means, because he had never flown in a shuttle, and it's a shuttle term because there was a passenger compartment that was separate from the, when they were taking up a larger crew, and that was the downstairs, and the upstairs was the control area. So it was interesting that it was a term that was specific to a single craft, and the Cygnus model is more shuttle-like than it is Saturn-like.
For what it's worth, the Ullage space is the space between the propellant and the top of the tank, and the pressure is something that affects whether or not the structural integrity is good.
Oh, cool. Did you just go look that up?
I did.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
And I think there's another plane happening right now.
That sounds more like a jet.
Yeah, it does sound more like a jet. These are not questions, but someone does actually want to know what's worms, Roxanne?
Oh, that's from Steve Martin's movie Roxanne, which is
A
a long,
classic.
a classic, but quite. I'm dating myself, but basically, the guy who's the handsome guy is looking up at Roxanne and is trying to hear Steve Martin feeding him the lines through the bushes. And Steve Martin says, "Words, Roxanne, words," and the guy mishears him, says, "Worms, Roxanne, worms." So, yeah.
Yes.
I think maybe you have to be there.
No. I'm like I laughed and thought it was hilarious because also when I am saying wrong things, it is exactly the right thing to say. All right, jet's gone.
Okay.
Ullage pressures are up. Here we go.
Here we go.
Fly if anything was off nominal.
Ullage pressures are up.
Curtis Fry's voice carried over the comm from the co-pilot seat.
And the right engine helium tanks.
Tank, singular.
And the right engine, here we go. And still fighting with my shortcut, sorry.
Carried over the comm from the co-pilot seat.
And the right engine...
I didn't mess that up. I just thought I did. It was one of those weird brain things.
Here we go.
Carried over the comm from the co-pilot seat.
And the right engine helium tank is just a little bit low. It was yesterday, too.
Under normal
You suddenly got a lot louder on that punch. Did anything change?
No.
Okay. One more time, please.
I may have just projected. Sorry.
That's all right. Here we go.
Carried over the comm from the co-pilot seat.
And the right engine helium tank is just a little bit low. It was yesterday, too.
Under normal circumstances.
Under normal. Here we go.
It was yesterday, too.
Under normal circumstances, being a little low on helium wouldn't slow us at all.
Can we get confirmation that we're a go for launch?
The comms were silent for a moment. Then our Capcom said, "We're stopping the clock at 43 seconds. A groan went through the cabin. I think that is also... God, I should look at the way we did this in Faded Sky.
Where do we need to go?
Probably the NBL. Or if anyone who is watching happens to want to... yeah, it's in the NBL scene.
Let's see here. I just gotta turn on that drive and spin it up here. You happen to know whether that's in the first 8 chapters or after?
I think it's I want to say it's chapter 6, but I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay.
It was the one that I often read this one as my
demo.
When I was on tour, because it was pretty good standalone. Here we go. 8 chapter. So it's chapter 7. Oh, I know why my Faded Sky is different than your Faded Sky pagination. I have the UK version that I was looking at. That's why
That
my
makes
page
more
numbers
sense.
were completely off.
You said chapter 8.
So it's chapter.
Or chapter 7, rather.
Wait.
7. Here I am in 7.
Hang on. I think I'm still. It is chapter 7. Yeah.
Neutral buoyancy. Let's see here. I'm in the right chapter. Yeah, I'm in the right chapter.
Okay, great.
What line am I looking for? Any idea?
Yeah, I'm just looking. pretty sure I have this sense memory of doing this. The first time he speaks, Sim Soup du jour would be the first time he speaks. It's only one line, but that's enough to tell us whether or not I've got the whether or not I'm using the cup.
All right, I found Sim Soup du jour. All he says is language, yeah?
Yeah, but that's enough to tell whether or not it's affected.
Okay, one sec. That should be in region 495.
Yeah, I had a. So they're talking about that. Also, some really super interesting trivia about the shuttle. That I would.
I'm there. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Soup du jour crackled into our ears. Language.
No, that's not actually enough to tell.
No, let's see here.
Next line is.
Gentleman, lady.
Yep.
Here we go. All right, so that would be. I'm gonna do a little searching. That was one of those lines.
Yeah, it's just the next. We have visitors and they're listening, so it's just a little bit.
Yeah, we were working on that line though, right after the
Yeah.
Portuguese line. So I gotta find my spot here.
Yeah.
There it is, and it is affected.
Oh, it
See
is.
there. Yeah, I'll play it for you. But yeah, definitely affected.
Gentlemen.
Oh yeah.
Lady.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, so that means we're stopping the clock, so we're punching.
Yep.
There we go.
Then our Capcom said,
Oh, I don't even remember who the Capcom is for this. Did I say? If
You
I
have
didn't,
not
then
said yet. I don't think.
I don't think I defined the Capcom for this, which means I get to do any voice I want to. Oh, no, but our Capcom would probably be... Okay, never mind. I'm good.
Here we go.
Then our Capcom said,
We're stopping the clock at 43.
One more time.
Then our Capcom said,
We're stopping the clock at 43 seconds.
A groan went through the cabin. Beside me, Imelda said,
My kid asked me what time our scrub was today.
From somewhere else in the cabin, a British man said,
Bloody hell, starting to wonder if we'll ever launch.
No kidding, a woman replied. Midwestern American, so maybe Sarah Holterman or Vicky Shue.
If my husband had this much trouble getting it up, I'd have left him years ago.
Makes me understand the Earth Firsters.
That voice was low and male and American and could have been one of a handful of people. If we had stuck with our original team, I would know everyone's voice. But some of these people I'd only met when we arrived in Brazil. We were scrubbed 6 times on my first mission. I stretched as much as I could in my seat, but the pace of my heart would have given the flight surgeon some concern back in the old days when we'd all worn telemetry hookups for vital signs. Everyone can calm down. This isn't a scrub. They're just pausing the clock. And hopping over to get this pronunciation. Oops, gone back too far.
Slow first and then a normal speed. Number 1. Barreira do Inferno. Number 2. Thanks, mamãe.
Mamai.
Mamãe sounds like
Oh.
like mommy. Mamãe.
Mamai. Mamai. But I want to hear you do that whole thing again. I'm going to just copy you.
Number 1.
Oh, sorry.
Barreira do Inferno. Number 2. Thanks, mamãe.
Thanks, Mamai. Thanks, Mamai. Okay.
Calm down. This isn't a scrub.
Oh, sorry, I don't have the cup up. Go ahead.
Calm down. This isn't a scrub.
Thanks, Mamai.
Sorry, they're just pausing the clock.
Oh, sorry. Pff, yep.
Yep.
La, la,
Calm
la.
down. This isn't a scrub.
They're just pausing the clock.
Thanks, Mamai.
Sorry, he's sarcastic there. Let me actually make him sarcastic.
Okay.
They're just pausing the clock.
And that would be my stomach.
Okay.
They're just pausing the clock.
Thanks, Mamai.
Faustino was lucky that he was right behind me, because if I could reach that man, he would... That man?
Faustino, here we go.
Okay.
Thanks, Mamai.
Faustino was lucky that he was right behind me, because if I could reach that man, he would not have appreciated the consequences. Just let me know if you need help with your diaper. The com.
After diaper.
Just let me know if you need help with your diaper.
The comm crackled, and I shut up as our Capcom said,
The right helium tank looks good. Restarting the clock at 43 seconds.
Across the aisle, Luther crossed his fingers in his lap. Ahana leaned toward the window, lower lip between her teeth. I closed my eyes, wondering if Kenneth was listening to the squawk box.
Closed, here we go.
Lower lip between her teeth.
I closed my eyes, wondering if Kenneth was listening to the squawk box in his office. What was I thinking? I know my husband. Of course he was. I opened my eyes and said as clearly as I could to the colonists, to him, "Everything will be fine. Don't worry." Faustino said,
Thank you, Mamai.
I rolled my eyes, "Don't make me come back there."
30 seconds downstairs.
Inside my boots, my toes curled as if I could get better traction and do something. I tucked my arms in by my sides and stared straight up past 3 rows of helmets and launch couches.
15.
From somewhere in the cabin, one of the new kids started the chant, and a few others joined in like they were tourists.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
The main engines ignited, and the entire ship shuddered. It swayed back as the engines began to push against the bolts, tethering us to the ground. The chant faltered into nervous laughter.
3 at 100.
Eugene reported that we had 100% thrust for all 3 engines. Curtis Fry said,
Here we go.
and we had liftoff. Nothing went wrong. All systems nominal.
I'm just going to stop you real quick because I want to get a fix before we go on to the next chapter.
Yep.
I want to listen to past 3 rows of helmets and launch couches. Couches is the word.
Okay.
Listening.
Past 3 rows of helmets and launch couches.
15.
Yeah. Sounds like couches to me.
That's a Midwestern pronunciation.
Sounds
okay,
good to me
launch
if you want to go with it.
couches. No,
Yes, please.
I do not. 3 rows of... Okay, got it.
Here we go.
By my sides and stared straight up.
Past 3 rows of helmets and launch couches. Okay.
By my sides and stared straight up.
Past 3 rows of helmets and launch couches.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so how are you doing?
I'm okay, actually. I mean, I can tell that I did not have enough breakfast this morning. For
Just want to get a
or take a 5 and
snack.
let me go
Yeah.
grab a snack so we don't get, because I'm pretty sure stomach noise is about to happen.
Yeah.
So for folks watching, I'm going to get up and wander into the next room and eat a few things. The balance that you have to walk when you're doing the narration is having enough food so that you don't wind up with your stomach growling because you're hungry, but not so much food that you get, and the right type of food to avoid digestion noises.
Yep.
It's a lovely combination. So I'm just going to quickly run into the other room. I'll be back in, shall we say 5 minutes?
Yep.
Okay, that's great.
Cool.
And here, I'll let you you all watch the relentless pre-roll, which is what we call this. It's got exciting music. It'll feel dynamic. I know that my life Hello again.
Hello again.
Hello, I'm here.
Excellent.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Excellent.
I have had some cashews, a couple of cherries, a digestive biscuit with dark chocolate, given Elsie some kibble and reassured her that she is not trapped here for all time. She let me know that I'm mistaken about that. I see that Alessandra has recommended the Apollo 11 film, and it is, I second that. It's a phenomenal, phenomenal thing that is, they're using found footage from 1969. It's all original, like some of it's 70 millimeter film. But everything, all of the sound, everything is from 1969, and it is the closest thing that I have seen to feeling what a launch is like because I've when I've gone to see them in real life. So, highly recommended. And it is just the Apollo 11 documentary. Also, I apparently have some Elsie in my mouth, which is going to make for some great narration. Kitten.
I think it sounded a little furry.
Mm-hmm. Yep, accurate statement.
Usually means something different.
Okay.
Okay. After all systems nominal.
Right.
Starting with chapter 14. You ready?
I am ready.
Here we
So
go.
ready.
3 engines. Curtis Fry said, "Here we go." And we had liftoff. Nothing went wrong. All systems nominal.
14. Toward 1964. Topeka, Kansas, April 12th, 1963. Governor Kenneth. Oh, that's lovely. Also, I am... Okay, there we go. I had a moment of... I was trying to scroll and was selecting text instead of scrolling. I fixed it now. And I am reading from a PDF on... I use a Microsoft Service tablet, which is also running all of the things right now. And also why the screen keeps wobbling, because I keep touching it, and you're on a very wiggly pedestal thing. It is really the most precarious. You will... I'll send you a picture.
I need a picture.
Yeah.
Okay, so after 1963?
Yes.
Here we go.
April 12th, 1963.
Governor Kenneth T. Worgan's unavowed campaign for the 1964 Democratic presidential nomination seemed to be moving into higher gear last week. He met in Kansas City with Albert Simmons, the head of the party, who called him the front-running contender. To this, Mr. Worgan replied, "The important thing now is to create unity. It is still too early to crystallize on a single candidate." I floated near the ceiling of the translunar shuttle with a foot hooked under one of the guide rails and glanced over my magnetic cards again. Imelda sat to my left in the south chair, although there's neither north nor a chair when playing bridge in 0G. From the east chair, I had a good view of my seat and my crew preference kit. My CPK had a package from Clemens to the Lunar Colony Administrator. I would much rather have had it on my person, but when we'd tried it on Earth, it had interfered with closing my suit. That is not nominal in space. Chewing her lower lip, Imelda stared at her cards. It was a bad tell that she needed to break if she was going to keep playing bridge, and she should avoid poker completely. Her partner, Vicky, floated to my right in the north chair. "No, seriously, Angora rabbits are the way to go." I raised my eyebrows. "You know, there are other hobbies besides knitting." "At some point, we're going to have to make our own clothes. On the moon. Sorry.
At some point?
Yep.
And wait, we gotta get one thing. Imelda sat to my left in the south chair, even though there's neither nor the chair. You said something different.
Okay.
Let's see here. What did you say? You said although there's.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So we take it from even though through 0G, please.
Sounds good.
Okay, here we go.
I left in the south chair.
Even though there's neither north nor a chair when playing bridge in 0G.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Back timing of that. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
On the moon. Sorry.
Oh, wait, yeah. So we're going to have to start knitting. Here we go.
Yes.
Start making, rather.
Other hobbies besides knitting.
At some point, we're going to have to make our own clothes on the moon. Growing cotton isn't an option. The petite botanist wrinkled her nose as Imelda bid 3 hearts. Angora rabbits are a food source and their fur is a dream to spin. The last member of our group, Myrtle, sat in the west chair. Opposite me, sorry.
After west chair.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Sat in the west chair.
Opposite me. What about goats? Mohair is a great fiber, and then we'd have dairy. Vicky tilted her head, considering them.
Vicky, here we go.
A great fiber, and then we'd have dairy.
Vicky tilted her head, considering. Transporting them would be a challenge, though. We get some work done on the 3-day transit to the moon, but for the most part, it's the closest thing we get to a vacation. The transfer at Luneta exists so we can switch from a launch vehicle to a lunar shuttle designed to fly in only vacuum. One of the nice side effects was that it gave the rookies time to acclimate to microgravity and learn to use a 0G toilet, so we didn't get a lot of vomiting and floating poop on the flight to the moon. Down the length of the ship, people read or played cards or chatted as if they had always been in space. I doubled Imelda's preempt. What about bringing baby goats up? Kids. Myrtle glanced at the choice I had made and reconsidered her cards. Baby goats are called kids, city girl. I stuck my tongue out at her like the grown-up that I am. Oh, there's no that.
Let's go back and get a couple things.
Mm-hmm.
First one is the text is it is, and you said it's. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. Second one, I just need to check out Luneta.
Okay.
Listen to it and see what you think.
The transfer at Luneta exists so we can switch from a...
Is that okay?
One more time?
Mm-hmm.
The transfer at Luneta exists so we can switch from a launch...
No, there's a weird bobble there. You're right.
Okay. Let's take it from the transfer through fly and only vacuum, please.
Okay.
Here we go.
Closest thing we get to a vacation.
The transfer at Luneta exists so we can switch from a launch vehicle to a lunar shuttle designed to fly in only vacuum.
Sorry, one sec. Designed to fly. Designed to fly only in vacuum. I think you're saying in only vacuumed.
Thank
yep.
you.
Mm-hmm. You can just do it with the design to fly piece.
Yep.
Here we go.
Launch vehicle to a lunar shuttle.
Designed to fly in only vacuum.
Only in vacuum.
I don't know why I'm doing that. Fuck. Okay.
It's all right. Here we go.
Launch vehicle to a lunar shuttle.
Designed to fly only in vacuum.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Moving on. Back where we were. I stuck my tongue out. Here we go.
Okay.
Are called kids, city girl.
I stuck.
Are called kids, city girl.
I stuck my tongue out at her like the grown-up I am. Vicky made an SOS redouble. Ooh, have you seen Cameroon dwarf goats? So tiny. Better for composting, too, although I don't know about their fur as a fiber source. Ahana floated up to our group, grabbing a handrail to stop herself by Myrtle. She leaned in and whispered something that made Myrtle look sharply toward the command module. "Thank you." She swallowed and then turned to us. "Ladies, if you'll excuse me." I've played bridge with Myrtle and Eugene long enough to know their subtle reactions, and this was not a subtle reaction. Something was wrong with Eugene. An hour later, I hung in my couch, pretending to read while I watched the activity at the front of the ship. Ana Teresa floated in and out of the command module, so I could safely guess that Eugene was ill.
So I could safely. Here we go.
In and out of the command module, so I could safely guess that Eugene was ill. He'd seemed fine at breakfast, but based,
But based. Here we go. Nope. Here we go.
Seemed fine at breakfast. But based on the number of cleaning supplies that I saw Helen and Myrtle haul into the CM, I could only make a guess that he'd vomited. I wanted to help, and it took enormous restraint to stay put and out of the way. But I couldn't stop thinking about Nathaniel. Mind you, I couldn't imagine how someone could get rat poison into a dehydrated meal, but that didn't mean it was impossible. I also didn't know if the symptoms of that sort of poisoning would show up immediately, or if Nathaniel had vomited because of the ulcer. None of that kept me from fretting. I worried the inside of my cheek and read the same page over and over. Kurt emerged from the CM, guiding the feet of his sleeping bag. Everyone in the main cabin stilled, watching as Ana Teresa followed, guiding Eugene's head. Inside the sleeping bag, he was half-curled into a fetal position. One arm was out, clutching an emesis bag, so I'd been right about the vomit. His eyes were closed, and his brow creased with concentration as if he were working very hard not to throw up again. Myrtle followed after them as they pulled him into a corner. She glanced down the length of the main cabin and found me with her gaze, beckoning. I released my couch's footrail, stowing my book in the net bag attached to the chair back in front of me. It took only 2 pushes to Superman up to the front, where I snagged a guide rail and stopped by Myrtle. "What can I do?" "Honestly, I don't know." She rested a hand on her husband's shoulder. "He's going to lie to you and tell you he's fine." "No." Eugene cracked an eye. "But I promise I can manage an emesis bag. Just tether me here and—" His face twisted and he yanked the bag up to his mouth. The fact that he was vomiting was bad. The fact that a pilot had just admitted he was ill was terrifying. Ana Teresa put a hand on Eugene's shoulders to steady him while Kurt braced his feet. I turned and grabbed some tethers from one of the stowage bags. Here was one small thing I could do. I secured the right shoulder of the sleeping bag to the corner of the cabin, aware of all the people watching us. Eugene finished and lay limp and gasping inside the restraints as if he'd just wrung out his insides. Ana Teresa gently took the bag from him and slid an empty into his hand. From down the cabin, Faustino pulled a little closer. "What's wrong with him?" Ana Teresa slid the used bag,
Let's go back and get a couple quick things.
Okay.
You said I also didn't know if the symptoms of that sort of poison. You said poisoning.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
See.
Got it.
So we can take it from I also through immediately because you
Okay.
paused there. Here we go.
But that didn't mean it was impossible. I also didn't know if the symptoms of that sort of poison would show up immediately.
Great. Thank you. Just back time. These things.
Yes, Petite Botanist can be a cocktail, absolutely. I will put a cocktail in the spare man called Petite Botanist, and that will be for all of you here.
Great.
There's
Got that.
there's a thing that someone has made a note that we should check the pronunciation of emesis.
Huh. Okay. Let's see. Aha.
Ah,
Either one.
oh, good.
So the first one is emesis,
emesis,
and the second one
Emesis.
is
emesis,
Emesis. Okay, great.
so it's both. So are we leaving it or are we changing it?
We are leaving it because the first time I heard it was an astronaut saying it, and that's the way
Yep.
he said it. So
Sounds good. We've got one other little fix here. It only took 2 pushes. I think you said it took only.
okay.
It's at the bottom, yeah, closer to the bottom of that page, page 138. It is maybe
Oh, sorry,
2/3 the way
I was
down.
going the wrong direction. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Let me find out where we'll punch out. 1 sec. We'll take it through front. Here we go.
Attached to the chair back in front of me.
It took only 2 pushes to Superman up to the front, where I snagged a guide rail and stopped by Myrtle.
Good. 1 sec. Thank you. You did it the same way, I'm afraid.
Did I? Yeah, it only took 2 pushes. Yep,
Mhm.
sorry.
That's all right. Here we go.
Attached to the chair back in front of me.
It only took 2 pushes to Superman up to the front, and I didn't hit Superman hard enough to make it clear that it was a, in quotes.
Here we go.
Attached to the chair back in front of me.
It only took 2 pushes to Superman up to the front, where I snagged a guide rail and stopped by Myrtle.
Great. Thank you. And then back where we were. So
Okay.
after what's wrong with him?
Yep.
Here we go.
What's wrong with him?
Actually, his voice should be lower. Sorry.
Okay. Here we
He
go.
turns up a lot, so I don't want to do him wrong to begin with.
Here we go.
Stino pulled a little closer.
What's wrong with him? Anna Teresa slid the... I almost did unused again.
Anna Teresa, 1 second. Here we go.
Sir, what's wrong with him?
Anna Teresa slid the used bag into a larger trash bag. I believe this is food poisoning contracted before departure and that he will be recovered as soon as it works its way through his system. Nothing contagious, so no need for anyone to be alarmed. But he'll be fine in time to land us. Right, Doc? Kurt still held Eugene's feet. Sweat beaded his brow, and I realized that, as co-pilot, if Eugene wasn't better, Kurt would take over the landing. It would be his first time landing on the moon. Oh. Anna Teresa glanced past Kurt to rest too.
Anna Teresa, here we go.
Landing on the moon. Oh.
Anna Teresa glanced past Kurt to the rest of the cabin, and I could see the lie form in that hesitation. I'm sure he will be. I kept thinking about Nathaniel. For that matter, I was wondering if the illness that had hit the Mars expedition was really just simple food poisoning. Are you sure it's food poisoning? She snorted at me. It is not space germs, if that is what you are asking. I rolled my eyes. Please grant me a modicum of intelligence. The newspapers had grabbed hold of that as if it were a real thing, but no one who actually worked in the aerospace industry believed in weird mutant diseases from outer space. I'm wondering if this could be an ulcer, or stomach flu, or any number of things that can cause vomiting. She shook her head. There is a reason that we call medicine a practice. I have nothing in this tube with which to do any real testing. So, let us make him comfortable. Okay.
So, here we go.
Tube with which to do any real testing.
So, let us make him comfortable so he can recover soonest. I slid down to where Kurt was. I'll finish tethering him so you can get back to the CM. He nodded, squeezing Eugene's foot. Don't you dare leave me to land this thing solo, sir. Eugene managed to smile. The way you jockey? Wouldn't dream of it. There's really only so much you can do to contain vomit in space. Even with the most exquisite care, there's always some liquid that gets past containment. From near the back of the cabin, Guillermo Reyes,
Reyes, I think is.
Yeah, Guillermo Reyes Munoz.
Munoz. Oh, there isn't anything. Munoz. No, there isn't a thing. Yeah, unless there's supposed to be over the end.
I don't think there is.
Okay.
I mean, there's not in the text.
As I'm sure you know, if there was, then we'd do it differently, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And if it was supposed to be there, it is not there anywhere in this novel.
Perfect.
There are other places that I do have that. I can't remember what that symbol is called, the nya sound. But
Tilde.
Tilde. Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's take it from Guillermo, please.
Okay.
From near the back of the cabin,
Guillermo Reyes Munoz recoiled suddenly. Gah! He swiped at the air and then immediately looked like he regretted his choice. On it! Imelda kicked over to him with a wipe. Who knew that having a 5-year-old would be so helpful in space? Eugene cracked his eyes and rasped, I'm buying everyone a beer. Easy promise. Myrtle looked up from... Let me do that Myrtle again.
Okay, take a listen to the last name of Guillermo Reyes. Just make sure you're happy.
Okay.
Here you go.
Guillermo Reyes Munoz recoiled.
Sorry, one more time?
Mm-hmm.
Guillermo Reyes Munoz recoiled.
Yeah, I just sound uncertain.
Sound like, yeah. Mm-hmm. I received a couple of texts. Is that maybe something?
Yeah, it's from Alessandra. It looks like I may have skipped some words at the beginning of on page 136, beginning of 14. I would much rather have had it on my person, but on Earth it had interfered.
I'm pretty sure it's there. We'll go back and check it.
Yeah, and okay.
She said it may have been a YouTube blip, but I recall you reading that, so let me go check.
Yeah.
Beginning of chapter. There it is. There it is, my CPK.
East chair, I had a good view of my seat and my crew preference kit. A had a package from Clemens to the Lunar Colony Administrator. I would much rather have had it on my person, but when we'd tried it on Earth, it had interfered with closing my suit. That is not nominal in space.
That was a YouTube blip then.
Yeah. But good to be sure. So back to Guillermo.
Okay. And in answer to the question that just floated past, it's not so much that Imelda thought to pack wipes. Wipes are just up there. She just totally knows what to do when there's random liquid floating around. She's referring to the training, not the fact that she has a wipe.
Just the name Guillermo. We'll punch that in. The whole name.
Okay.
Munoz, right?
Munoz.
Yeah. Here we go.
From near the back of the cabin,
Guillermo Reyes Munoz recoiled
suddenly.
Yeah.
Why did I decide to give everyone triple names? I don't know why I felt like everyone needed a middle name. That often gets used. What is it about
Nicole is mad with everyone all the time.
Yes. There were actually more people that had double names, and then I was like, okay, no, but really.
Yeah. Myrtle looked up. Here we go.
Okay.
Easy promise.
Actually, I want to redo Myrtle's line. Easy promise. The pitch is a little high for Myrtle.
You got it.
I'm buying everyone a beer.
Easy promise. Myrtle looked up from her crochet. No beer on the moon. Not yet, but I know for a fact that Ken Harrison packed hops in his personal allowance. There's... Shit. He clapped a bag to his mouth again and retched. Anna Teresa watched him, and the line between her brows got deeper. I floated over to hover beside her. You look worried. The corner of her mouth twitched. I don't have any way to keep him hydrated. It is concerning. She glanced at Eugene and spoke quietly. I do not see any way he will be capable of flying tomorrow. Eugene lowered the bag. Heard that. Ask MC for a replacement now. Even if a miracle occurs, it's better to have a backup ready to go. My goddamned ambition perked up and waved its hands. Pick me! I'm the most senior astronaut on this crew. Pick me! But I kept my mouth shut, even though I had more flight time than anyone on this crew except Eugene, even though I'd landed on the moon before, because Eugene wasn't the one to make that call. The IAC knew my qualifications. If Clemens wanted me to fly, he would pick me. As the deorbit burn kicked in and gave us gravity for the first time in 3 days, my seat slapped against my back. That was a little rougher than necessary. I slid side to side in my seat as we oscillated around in a yaw. Before I had time to tense, it settled out and then the burn vanished. I bit the inside of my lip and stared past Imelda to the window. There was nothing in view to give me a sense of pace or altitude. It was just a subtle sense of wrong. Don't misunderstand. The approach to the moon is always a little different, based on where we are in orbital cycles, but there are still rhythms and patterns. An oscillation wasn't completely out of the ordinary. In fact, Jasira's ship had experienced severe oscillation on her first landing. It could be anything from a little debris to a cranky thruster to a gauge to pilot error. If Eugene had been flying, I wouldn't have worried. But he was strapped into a couch at the front of the cabin with cracked lips and an unhealthy gray pallor. The IAC bumped Kurt up to pilot and tapped Michael Lynn to co-pilot. 2 rookies to bring us in, because God forbid that they let me fly it. At least Helen had stayed put in the NavComp seat, so they had a veteran up there. She'd keep them on course and could compensate for burn errors.
Let's go back and get one quick thing.
Mm-hmm.
I slid side to side in my seat as we oscillated around in yaw. I think you said in a yaw.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So just that sentence, please.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Little rougher than necessary.
I slid side to side in my seat as we oscillated around in yaw.
Great. Thank you. Back where we were. She'd keep them.
Okay.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Seat, so they had a veteran up there.
She'd keep them on course and could compensate for burn errors.
Artemis, Translunar Shuttle 1093.
Kurt's call to Lunar Mission Control sounded as calm as if...
Kurtz, here we go.
Translunar Shuttle 1093.
Kurt's call to Lunar Mission Control sounded as calm as if this weren't his first landing.
TLS 1093, Artemis. This is Deanna Whitney on Capcom.
Good, I liked her. She was level-headed and wicked smart. And then I remembered that her husband had been
Is it Dina or Deanna?
It's Dina.
Okay.
What
you said
did
Deanna.
I did. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. Let's just do that. Let's just do it from there and go on, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There's a
TLS
plane.
1093, Artemis. This is...
I don't know if you can hear the plane.
I can.
Okay. So while we're paused, I will tell our listening folks one of the other things that you will notice if you're paying attention is that when I need to swallow, I pause in the text, swallow, pause, and then continue, because that gives room for Andrew to cut around it. Otherwise, you hear my swallow like right in your ears, and it's super unpleasant.
Yep.
Yes, and also, yes, that is totally a dad drop. The Ken Harrison, that is my dad. My dad is a very good home brewer. And if he were going to the moon, I believe that he would pack hops. So there. Okay.
Ready?
Yes.
So we're picking it up. Let's see here. So we're picking up. This is Dina.
Yep.
TLS 1093, Artemis. This is Dina Whitney on Capcom.
Good. I liked her. She was level-headed and wicked smart. And then I remembered that her husband had been at the Astronauts' Husbands Club the night that Nathaniel was poisoned.
How do you read? Loud and clear. Horizon checklist right on time. Our radar checks indicate
15,200 meters parallel. 16,100 meters.
Ready?
Yeah.
Horizon checklist right on time. Our radar checks indicate 15,200 meters parallel. Our visual altitude checks steadying out at about 16,100. TLS 1093, your state vector is good. Perfect ground track. You are go to proceed with landing. Roger. Downstairs, we're making our final approach.
Kurt said.
Flight attendants, stop your beverage service and prepare for landing.
No one laughed. I wanted to yell at him to concentrate on flying. Eugene cracked jokes when we were sitting on the launch pad waiting, not during actual flight. I tightened my grip on my harness.
I tightened. Here we go.
Not during actual flight. I tightened my grip on my harness. Kurt was so young. A moment later, Mikey said,
ALED control circuit breakers. Deca gimbal AC closed. Gimbal enabled. Rate scale 25.
I shifted in my chair, picturing the cockpit. I'd done 5 moon missions back when the Corps was small enough that they had to let women fly sometimes. It would be small. Everything would be fine. On my first landing, we'd had no problems, and there was no reason to think the new kids would either. Helen said,
Your alignment is go on the AGS. On my mark, 3:30 until ignition.
Kurt responded,
Roger. Mark.
Those 3 minutes and 30 seconds stretched out to fill the black void of space. Across the aisle, Ahana had her fingers dug into the knees of her spacesuit, and I couldn't think of anything to reassure her. I kept finding myself pointing my toes like I was about to go on point and had to force my feet to relax over and over. It always felt longer than 3 minutes and 30 seconds. It felt longer.
Felt like longer.
Yep.
Can we go back and get a couple quick things, please?
Yep.
I shifted in my seat. I think you said I shifted in my chair.
Okay. Got it.
So that phrase through cockpit, please.
Okay.
Here we go.
Rate scale 25.
I shifted in my seat, picturing the cockpit.
Great. And then it would be fine. I think you said it would be small.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it would be fine is a sentence, but when the Corps was fine enough?
Let's see here. No, you said that part right.
Okay.
After that, you said after fly sometimes you said it would be small. Everything would be fine.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So I just need the it would be fine. Here we go.
Had to let women fly sometimes.
It would be fine.
Great, thank you. Back to where we were. It felt like longer. Here we go.
Okay.
Longer than 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Wait a minute. Here we go.
To relax over and over.
It felt like water.
Okay.
Okay.
To relax over and over.
It felt like longer than 3 minutes and 30 seconds. It always feels like longer.
Thrust translation, 4 jets, balance couple, on. TTCA throttle, minimum, throttle, auto CDR. Standing by for...
Oh, sorry, that's actually Mikey. That's not Helen.
Gotcha. Here we go.
It always feels like longer.
Thrust translation, 4 jets, balance couple, on. TTCA throttle, minimum, throttle, auto CDR. Standing by for...
The engines kicked the seats against us. Somewhere in the cabin, one of the Algerian contingent murmured a string of Arabic that sounded like prayer.
Somewhere, I think.
This is where I am kinder to myself than I used to be, because once upon a time, that string of Arabic that sounded like a prayer, I would have actually put that all the way in there and then be in the position of needing to say that out loud right now. I've decided to only do that when it is plot specific. Not exactly, but there's... Yeah.
Good to be kind to yourself.
At least a little.
A little, yep. All right, after prayer, please.
Engines kicked the seats against us.
You said after prayer.
That's not the right place. I did the.
But I think, murmured. I said sounded like a prayer, and that's the thing we're fixing.
Right. Oh, somewhere in the cabin. Sorry.
Okay,
yeah,
got
that's
it.
where I need to pick it up. Having a little. There we go.
Engines kicked the seats against us.
Somewhere in the cabin, one of the Algerian contingent murmured a string of Arabic that sounded like prayer. Helen said,
Pitch 212, yaw 37.
I waited for the sideways thrust of the yaw maneuver, and it didn't come. Her voice sounded a little more urgent.
Kurt, pitch 212, yaw 37. TLS 1093, we're showing you coming in high. The controller is not responding.
His voice still sounded dead calm.
I've lost attitude hold. I'm having to manually maintain all of my rotational input.
Even the rookies understood enough that the cabin filled with tension. None of us spoke. Even though we weren't in the CM, keeping lines of communication clear was paramount. Will be paramount.
Keeping? Should have been.
Has been paramount. Has will been paramount. Has will be.
One sec. Oh, right. Okay. That makes sense. It's not one thing, it's another.
Yeah, well.
None of us spoke after that, please.
Okay.
None of us spoke.
Even though we weren't in the CM, keeping lines of communication clear was paramount. The control failure meant a lot more mental overhead in keeping the vehicle aligned. Up at the front, Eugene reached for his shoulder straps and stopped, clinging to the webbing. I knew the feeling. I wanted to unbuckle.
I knew the feeling after feeling.
Webbing. I knew the feeling.
I wanted to unbuckle and Superman to the front to help. There were ways to compensate for failures in the control system. Kurt and Michael had both been pilots before joining the IAC. They'd had the years of additional astronaut training that our colonists hadn't.
That our colonists, they'd had. Here we go.
Before joining the IAC.
They'd had the years of additional astronaut training that our colonists hadn't. They could handle this. Assuming the ship hadn't been sabotaged, of course. Assuming this was a recoverable error. From the front of the ship, Eugene's voice was ragged but calm. "Crew, seal helmets and check your restraints." Around me, dozens of helmets clicked shut. I slid my visor down, sealing me into suit air. If there was a breach, we'd be protected from vacuum. If there was an explosion, well. In the comms, our collective breaths hissed and popped as we triggered the Vox at different. We need to go back and redo Eugene's earlier thing because his helmet was not on, and I had... actually, no. We may be okay. He doesn't... This is the first time he speaks in this scene.
Okay.
Yeah, we're fine. This is the first time he speaks in this scene. And
okay.
I'm okay with all of the people up in the cabin being... Yeah, never mind. Okay, good.
Okay, let's do it in the comms,
That's the
please.
first time someone Okay.
We're good?
Yep.
Okay.
Explosion. Wow.
In the comms, our collective breaths hissed and popped as we triggered the Vox at different intervals. As long as people were breathing calmly, the voice-activated channels would stay quiet. But I didn't bet on many of the colonists breathing quietly, breathing easily.
But I didn't. Here we go.
Activated channels would stay quiet.
But I didn't bet on many of the colonists breathing easily. Gravity seemed to come from our left as Kurt used 2 thrusters to spin the ship to the...
Gravity, here we go.
Of the colonists breathing easily.
Gravity seemed to come from our left as Kurt used 2 thrusters to spin the ship to the correct position. He'd burned through a lot of fuel doing it this way, which made...
He'd burn, here we go.
To spin the ship to the correct position.
He'd burned through a lot of fuel doing it this way, which made the margins for landing uncomfortably close, but he'd get us down. Mikey said,
"After yaw around, angles S-band pitch -9 yaw plus 18. Copy. Looking good."
I let out a little breath in relief, but just a little.
"Beta, arm. Altitudes are a little high."
Mikey sounded as if this weren't any more exciting than a Methodist mumble.
"I'm getting a little fluctuation in the AC voltage now." "Roger. Might be our meter?"
That would be an easy way to crash a rocket. You wouldn't even have to damage an engine, just cause the instrumentation to fail. But that was okay. We'd trained to fly with visual only. They knew how to do this. Helen confirmed.
"Stand by. Our position checks downrange show us to be a little long." "Compensating."
A moment after Kurt spoke, a quick burn kicked our seats against us and stopped.
"Good.
Now I could hear the relief in Mikey's voice.
We got good lock on. Altitude lights out. Delta H is -2900. "Artemis Base, are you still looking at our Delta H?" "TLS 1093, that's affirmative. It's looking good to us."
Helen said,
6 + 25, throttle down." "Roger. Copy 6.
Oh, sorry.
Let's go back real quick. Are you looking? I think you said, "Are you still looking?"
Okay, thank you.
Just that phrase. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to just let you know. Well, I'll tell you after I do this, and then I'll let you know a thing.
Okay. Here we go.
Delta H is -2900. "Artemis Base, are you looking at our Delta..."
One more time.
-2900. "Artemis Base, are you looking at our Delta H?"
Great. Thank you.
When we get down to the PG in NCS, I'm going to say it pings because that is the way they say it, and just so you know.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And they're going to flag it when they proof it, but we'll...
Right. Roger, here we go.
Okay.
6 + 25, throttle down. "Roger. Copy. 6 + 25.
I looked down, surreptitiously checking my Omega watch strapped to the outside of my suit. Imelda caught the motion and raised her brows in question. I shook my head at first, then turned off my mic and leaned over to press my helmet against hers. Tracking the burns. They're doing great. Right on time, we lurched forward as Kurt throttled down. We yawed a little, but it felt as if the course.
We yawed a little. Here we go.
Forward as Kurt throttled down. We yawed a little, but it felt as if the course held mostly steady. Mikey said,
AGS and pings look real close. Manual altitude,
Right there. Is that Kurt?
Yep.
Or is that? Okay.
Pings look real close. Manual attitude.
One more time.
Pings look real close. Manual attitude control is good. That thruster came back online.
No. That was one too many.
Okay. After online, here we go.
I don't hear it if you're rolling it for me.
Oh, that's my bad. Here we go.
It's good. That thruster came back online.
No. Don't trust it. Intermittent engine failure. Sure, maybe that thruster was back online for good, or maybe it was going to fail again. I curled my fists inside my gloves, and only a good manicure kept me from digging through the tips.
600 degrees. 600 meters.
6, here we go.
You kept me from digging through the tips.
600 meters. 600 meters. Into the AGS, 47 degrees.
As Mikey spoke, I turned to look out the starboard window. The horizon of the moon filled the starboard side. I reached across the aisle and nudged Ahana. She jumped at my touch.
She jumped. Here we go.
Across the aisle and nudged Ahana. She jumped at my touch. I pointed toward the window and her mouth rounded in astonishment.
35 degrees. 35 degrees, 230, coming down at 7.
The stark, beautiful craters and hang on, wait a minute. That should have been Helen.
35 degrees?
Yep.
Okay. And you said coming down something else. Coming down 2.7 is the...
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Cool. Here we go.
I pointed toward the window and her mouth rounded in astonishment.
35 degrees, 230, coming down to 7.
The stark, beautiful craters and shadows scrolled past. Scale was impossible to tell without an atmosphere to soften the distance. In photos.
1 second.
In the atmosphere to soften the distance. In photos, the moon always looks gray, but the color fluctuates to include tans and bright whites depending on where you look.
165 meters, down at 9, down at 5.
In the distance, Brannan Crater rolled into view. In the shadow of its rim, an artificial light shone with the presence of humanity. The entry dome at the Marius Hills outpost, where they were building a massive habitat inside a 40-kilometer lava tube.
We are pegged on horizontal velocity, 91 meters, down 1.06, 14 forward.
We were coming in a little fast for my taste, but still within parameters.
On 1 a minute, 0.45 down.
Beyond the windows, our shadow came into view, fluttering over the rocky surface.
Fluttering?
Mm-hmm. Our shadow came into view, fluttering over the rocky surface. People gasped in unison, as if we had rehearsed it. Honestly, it didn't matter how many times I flew home, that first view of shadow made my chest loosen in wonder.
15.25, down at 0.76, 6 forward.
I lifted my arm to point as the first dome of the Artemis base slid into view, glowing with life on the surface of the moon. Ahana was already leaning forward against her restraints to see. The ship kicked sideways, snapping my arm against the side of my seat. We changed vectors again, restraints gouging into my chest so hard it knocked the breath out of me. I wheezed, staring out the window as dust billowed past it. The ship slammed down. Even through my helmet, metal groaned as the entire ship torqued way out of specifications. Bundles and CPK bags tumbled past in an avalanche accompanied by disembodied.
Bundles, please.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Way out of specifications.
Bundles and CPK bags tumbled past in an avalanche accompanied by disembodied yelps of pain. Over it all was the persistent blare of the decompression alarm. We stopped moving. 1/6 gravity settled us in our couches.
Touchdown.
Kurt swallowed audibly on the microphone.
We have touchdown.
The depress alarm still sounded. We were in our pressure suits for exactly this reason. It would be all right. We would need to evacuate. Normally, I wouldn't worry about my luggage, but I had a package to deliver and it was gone. My entire CPK bag was missing. It must have jarred loose on impact, taking the package of codebooks with it. Well, shit. I shook my head inside my helmet. Worry about that later. Get everyone off the ship first. Someone was trying not to cry. A disembodied voice, disembodied breath.
A disembodied, here we go. One more sec. Here we go.
One was trying not to cry.
A disembodied breath catching and failing to stay silent. My arm ached like fire, but I dragged in a breath, trying to project calm. It's okay, people. That was rough, but we're down. Just stay put while they shut down the rocket lurched violently. Adrenaline flooded my system. We were down, so why were we still moving? I looked out the window and the horizon tipped sideways. With a scream of metal I could feel through my seat and hear in my teeth, the entire vehicle slowly canted sideways. In 1/6 gravity, there's a lot of time to fall. Dun dun dun.
Dun, 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 blah, blah.
Okay.
Can we get one quick thing?
Yes, we can.
It's okay, people. Let me listen real quick.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's a little. I think I heard your voice, your foot move or something.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes, something. I just need the phrase. It's okay, people. That was rough, but we're down.
Okay.
Here we go.
Breath, trying to project calm.
It's okay, people. That was rough, but we're down.
Great. Thank you.
Awesome.
That's that for me.
All right. Great. Oh.
Did I miss something?
According to one of our, we have several people who are space nerds on this, delightedly. And apparently the navigation GNC is, ground control station for guidance and navigation GNC is called GNC. GNC. Which makes complete sense. When they decide to do things that are where it's spelled out versus when they decide to speak it, I'm just checking to see if I have that abbreviation in here, because if I do, then I want to go back and fix it. I should totally have sent this scene to Chell and said, how do you say these things out loud? I don't
Also,
think I don't have
Alessandra caught something.
Oh, she did?
Yep.
thank
Middle of page
you.
142.
Yep.
Yep. A moment later, let's see here. Let me find it. 678. There it is.
Everything would be fine. On my first landing, we'd had no problems. Said,
Your alignment is go on the AGS. On my mark, 3:30 until ignition.
That's not right. Let's see.
I'd done 5 moon missions back when the Corps was small enough that they had to let women fly sometimes. So young. A moment later, Mikey said,
ALED control circuit breakers.
There it is.
Yep.
Good catch. After break, just that phrase, please.
Okay.
You see it?
Yep.
Okay.
A moment later, Mikey said,
ALED control circuit breakers.
I just did it again. Yep.
Yep.
A moment later, Mikey said,
AELD control circuit breakers. Deca gimbal AC.
I mean, I think it should be ALED. I think they should change it.
Yeah, I think so too. Did I just do it again?
No, you did it right.
Okay. Because it would
I
not
was
be the
joking.
first time, as we know.
I was just joking. Anything? What was the one that someone caught that we needed to?
Oh no, I
agency?
don't. No, but I don't actually use it in the chapter. It's just a bit of trivia.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and Rachel is catching these, but so thank you, Rachel. And then
Thank you.
Alessandra is texting them to us.
Appreciated.
Yes, I think maybe I should just send Rachel this draft if she's following along, since she. Although, aren't you supposed to be teaching today? Anyway, thank you all. We're going to take a break. Yes, that is correct. No, don't leave it there. That this is the point of a cliffhanger. So I'm going to take a lunch break. We're going to be gone for about an hour. And I say about an hour. I'm going to be back. It's 1 o'clock my time. We'll be back at 2. So thank you so much, and we'll see you then. Welcome back. You will be excited to know that we believe we have figured out a way for you to be able to see me and Andrew's screen simultaneously. So I'm gonna show you that now. So that's what he's working with. And so I'm gonna just stay over here in my window. It doesn't affect me at all. And we'll do our thing.
All right.
Make sure that I actually am unmuted. I am, and you are as well.
Good. Give me 1 sec here to do the noise floor thing. Great. Thank you.
Certainly.
And extra pre-roll. Here we go.
The entire vehicle slowly canted sideways. In 1/6 gravity, there's a lot of time to fall.
Hang on for just half a second. Sorry,
Okay.
I goofed on one thing. Great.
Ready?
Okay.
The entire vehicle slowly canted sideways. In 1/6 gravity, there's a lot of time to fall.
15. Death toll reported at 2,300 as Pakistani flooding spreads. Special to the National Times. Karachi, Pakistan, April 13th, 1963. The death toll in the Pakistani floods was reported today to be more than 2,300 as the... Okay, that makes sense.
The death toll. Here we go.
Yeah. Oddly, I'm not seeing the chat at this point, so I'm just kind of hoping that people are still there.
Do you need to restart anything? Reboot anything?
No. Let me try
Alessandra's still on. You could ask her.
Yeah.
Or Rachel.
I'm restarting that window just to see. I mean, it looks like it's. I can see that we're streaming. It's just that there's.
Maybe it's got an update lag or something.
Yeah, it could be. The red bar slowly scrolls across the deep black of the studio. There we go.
Hey,
ready. Yay.
Oh, there they are. Cool.
Yay. I see them all.
Excellent.
Yes, and they are very excited. Dina, you missed us saying your name correctly and then not saying it correctly and then saying it correctly again. All right, where are we?
We are at the death toll.
Yes.
Here we go.
13th, 1963.
The death toll in the Pakistani floods was reported today to be more than 2,300 as the swollen Indus River coursed southward through heavily populated districts. More than 15 million people have been made homeless since the river waters started overflowing their banks in Punjab and Sindh provinces 2 weeks ago after unseasonably heavy rains. Climatologists warn that more such flooding can be expected due to post-meteor changes in weather patterns. We fell 10 degrees off vertical and jarred to a halt. Metal ground and we dropped again. 15 degrees. Despite hours spent in Sims, I tensed and grabbed for my chair arms, making the pain in my left wrist flare. Everyone was breathing heavily, including me. The oxygen dried my tongue. 1/6 G after 3 days without gravity felt more significant than it had any right to. The ship swayed, pulsing as if a strong wind were buffeting it. Or as if someone were using reaction thrusters to keep it upright. I did not pick up my cup beforehand.
That's all right. We'll do it from... Yeah, I heard that. 1 sec.
Yeah, I know.
I think we can get away with that. 1 sec. Oh, we can. Let me make one little change.
Someone heard me say post-media instead of post-meteor.
Let's look.
Vocal nerd starting a chapter after that cliffhanger with the death toll is just plain mean. Yes, thank you.
You can listen to it. I hear meteor, but take a listen.
Okay.
Climatologists warn that more such flooding can be expected due to post-meteor changes in weather patterns.
Yeah, I hear meteor too. I suspect that's just a compression that's happening with YouTube.
Yep. All right, let's pick it up with after upright.
Okay.
Action thrusters to keep it upright.
Everyone stay put.
Eugene's voice cut through the chaos of breath, sounding stronger over the comm than it had for the past 2 days. He wasn't piloting the ship, but he was still the mission commander.
Keep the comm lines.
There we go.
He was still the mission commander.
Keep the comm lines clear. Kurt, Fry, person whose name I have written on the page in front of me.
Let's do it after comm lines clear, please.
Okay.
Keep the comm lines clear. Fry, give me the command.
Oh, that was right.
After Fry.
Keep the comm
Hold on.
lines clear. Fry, give me the command module status report.
The pause while we waited for Kurt's response was almost.
The pause. Here we go.
Command module status report.
The pause while we waited for Kurt's response almost killed me. The ship kept. What is?
Here we go.
Its response almost killed me.
The ship kept settling, then rocking back up to vertical, but he answered as calmly as if this were a sim.
We've lost a landing strut, and I'm compensating with thrusters.
Mikey took over the report, leaving Kurt to concentrate on keeping us upright.
CM pressure reads good. We've got a DPDT alarm in the passenger compartment. Evaluating the loss of pressure.
Evaluating the loss of pressure rate.
Uh-huh. Here we go.
Alarm in the passenger compartment.
Evaluating the loss of pressure rate. Fry, vent the main tanks.
Eugene loosened his shoulder straps.
Do not vent the ATC tanks.
Copy.
When the ship fell the rest of the way over, it would be subjected to lateral stress far outside its design.
When? Here we go.
Copy.
When the ship fell the rest of the way over, it would be subjected to lateral stress far outside its design parameters. We would almost certainly rupture the main fuel tanks, which would, in the words of our sim soup back in training, lead to a bad day. On the starboard side of the ship, Aerozine vented in a plume, freezing instantly as the toxic chemical spewed across the lunar landscape. On the port side, out of my line of sight, the oxidizer would be creating another plume, counterbalancing the thrust generated. Trivia note.
After plume.
I spent a ridiculous amount of time trying to find out what color Aerozine is in vacuum when venting, because I could find the color on Earth, but that is when it is responding to an oxidizer. Couldn't find it. The way I solved that was just not referring to it.
After another plume, here we go.
Yep.
Oxidizer would be creating another plume.
Freezing instantly as the toxic chemical spewed across the lunar
Sorry,
landscape.
you're further back than I am. Sorry, different plume.
Oh, different plume. Sorry.
Counterbalancing the thrust.
Yep.
We were picking up. Here we go.
Oxidizer would be creating another plume.
Counterbalancing the thrust generated from venting. That solved one problem. It left another. An experienced pilot could use the thrusters in the nose to keep the ship upright. But with a broken landing strut? When the thruster tanks emptied, the ship would fall over. Someone was going to have to stay aboard and keep it vertical until everyone was off.
All crew, prep for emergency egress, but stay in your seats.
Eugene reached for the emergency oxygen supply canisters stowed beneath his seat.
Helen, patch me into the big loop with the LGC.
Of course. Lunar ground control wouldn't be able to hear him from the passenger model.
Copy. Stand by.
Helen's voice was as cool as ice. While we waited, the rattle of breaths started to drop away as the act of prepping.
Let's go back and get a couple quick things, please. We might just pick up from Helen patched me into the big loop with LGC.
Okay.
I think you said with the LGC.
Thank you.
Yeah. Actually, let's just get that as a phrase.
Okay.
Here we go.
Canister stowed beneath his seat.
Helen, patch me into the big loop with LGC.
Thank you. 1 second.
Canister stowed beneath.
And then we need, you said, of course, I should have just let you keep going. Of course, lunar ground control wouldn't be able to hear him from the passenger module. You said model, I think.
Thank you.
Let's just do lunar ground control through module, please.
Okay.
Here we go.
C. Of course.
Lunar ground control. Blah.
C. Of course.
Lunar ground control wouldn't be able to hear him from the passenger module.
Copy. Stand by.
1 sec.
Mm-hmm. While he's doing this, I should mention that Andrew has an Emmy and also a gold record to his name.
I'm blushing.
It's okay, they can't see that. You could
What's
just
that?
they can't see that. You could just pretended to have been cool as ice.
I am cool as ice. Although I need to turn on my AC, I think, at some point.
Ah, I'm jealous.
I'm suffering in whatchamacallit, yes.
Oh, yes. The other thing about this scene while he's moving things around is that Kjell Lindgren, who is an astronaut and also a giant science fiction nerd, helped me with this because I kept writing it and he kept going, nah, everyone's dead. And then I tried again. He's like, still dead. I tried again. Very dead. Try it again. Well, now it's boring, but they're alive. So it was very hard to write this scene. But it is much better because I was insistent on trying to get it technically right. You ready for me?
I am. We're looking for the rattle of breaths.
Got it.
There it is.
Nice. While we waited,
the rattle of breaths started to drop away as the act of prepping for egress focused people and they stopped accidentally triggering their vox. Or maybe they were like me, filled with adrenaline that had nowhere to go and working very hard on breathing with a closed mouth in order to keep comms clear. I turned to the rotary buckle on my seat. On my street.
On my street restraint.
Yes.
Restrain your street. Here we go.
Well, that's happening
mouth
now.
in order.
What's that?
I said that's happening now.
Yeah. Here we go.
Mouth in order to keep comms clear.
I turned the rotary buckle on my seat restraint and started to work my left shoulder free. The strap caught on my wrist and sent a jolt up through my elbow.
Strap, here we go.
Started to work my left shoulder free.
The strap caught on my wrist and sent a jolt up through my elbow directly into my brain. Tears flooded my eyes and I couldn't breathe for a moment. God damn it. If I had sprained my wrist by pointing like a rookie during landing, I was going to be so pissed. Trying not to flex the wrist, I drew it through with only the throbbing.
Let's go back. You added an and somewhere here.
Okay.
Let's see here. I think it's here. Tears flooded my eyes, and I couldn't breathe for a moment, is what you said. So
okay,
we just need to separate the statements. That's all right. Here we go.
Elbow directly into my brain.
Tears flooded my eyes. I couldn't breathe for a moment.
Okay. And then I thought there might have been something pointing. I heard it go by, but it's fine.
Okay. His Emmy was for Empire.
Sorry, what's that?
They asked what your Emmy was for. I could let you answer that since but you were working.
Actually, the gold record was Empire, and the Emmy was Chicago Voices, which is a music program for PBS.
Right. Sorry, I forget you do so many amazing things that they all just blend together after a while.
I'm just being cool.
Uh-huh.
Let's trying not to flex, please.
Okay.
Here we go.
Landing. I was going to be so pissed.
Trying not to flex the wrist, I drew it through with only the throbbing it had been doing since I'd hit it. So foolish. I almost jumped when Helen cut back in. LGC, Lunar Shuttle. Mission Commander Eugene Lindholm is on comm. Go ahead.
LGC Lindholm, can you get the gantry to us in this position?
The comms went dead silent as if we had all simultaneously.
The comms, here we go.
You get the gantry to us in this position?
The comms went dead silent as if we had all simultaneously.
You get the gantry to us in this position?
The comms went dead silent as if we had all simultaneously held our breath.
You get the gantry to us in this position?
The comms went dead silent as if we had all simultaneously held our breath.
Here we go.
You get the gantry to us in this position?
The comms went dead silent as if we had all simultaneously held our breath. On Earth, we had to land kilometers from ground control to keep the sound waves from
After ground control.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
To kilometers from ground control.
To keep the sound waves from shredding people. In a vacuum, you didn't have to worry about sound waves or a transfer of heat, so on the moon, we touched down by the base. Negative. Without the gantry, the egress from the shuttle was nearly 5 stories off the ground.
Understood. Can you get someone to us with rovers? I'm calling hatch jettison Mode 5 slide egress.
Mode 5 meant we'd be dropping down a 5-story inflatable tube threaded with a constant rate rappel line to control our fall. In training, it's actually fun. On Earth. From a stationary space vehicle mock-up. I reached forward and grabbed the egress cue card from the seatback. Yes, I had trained colonists on how to egress, but cue cards keep you from making mistakes in the moment. Beneath the lunar surface...
Let's do it right there.
Cue cards keep you from making mistakes in the moment.
Beneath the lunar surface, dozens of men and women would be scrambling to get us to safety. Back on Earth, after a 1.3-second delay, the entirety of the IAC would be mobilizing to ready-to-work problems? Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry, that's a typo. We're going to leave that 2 out.
Yep. Here we go.
After a 1.3-second delay.
The entirety of the IAC would be mobilizing, ready to work unexpected problems. And in his office, my husband would be listening to the squawk box. His team would be setting up their own battle stations, ready with talking points and press releases. I wanted to speak, to let him know that I was all right, and I bit down hard on my tongue. Instead, I slapped the emergency egress card onto my wrist Velcro. My fingers were clumsy as my suit stiffened as the cabin pressure bled into vacuum. The suit pressurized to compensate, tightening around my sore arm with painful insistency. That was going to be a hell of a bruise. Lindholm, a mining team is going out.
Can we go back to my fingers were clumsy as my gloves stiffened?
Yep.
I think you said your suit stiffened. Let's listen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just that phrase through vacuum.
Okay.
Here we go.
Egress card onto my wrist Velcro.
The suit pressurized... Sorry, I just went to the wrong line. I don't know why.
It's okay. Here we go.
Egress card onto my wrist Velcro.
My fingers were clumsy as my gloves stiffened as the cabin pressure bled into vacuum.
Great.
That was also a detail that Chell gave me.
They get harder to control as a vacuum.
No, that if you have an injury in your suit, that as it pressurizes, it squeezes, so it can actually act as kind of its own splint, but it also is like putting pressure and gripping, so it can be really, really painful and uncomfortable.
Jeez. Interesting.
Yeah.
But not fun.
No, but great for a novel.
Yeah. Let's take it from Lindholm, please.
Okay.
Going to be a hell of a bruise.
Lindholm, a mining team is going out to the...
not to the.
Going to be a hell of a bruise.
Lindholm, a mining team is going out the Dewey Dome airlock and will drive around to meet your people. The back room would like to know how much propellant remains in the thrusters.
Helen answered.
At current use, we have 15 minutes of thrust.
Out of habit, I glanced at my watch and marked the time. For the astronauts, that was plenty. We'd done multiple sims rappelling down the sides of various classes of ships. We could do an evac in 6.5 minutes. Our colonists had taken 1 3-hour class.
Copy.
Dina didn't sign off, so the LGC was still listening to everything in the ship.
All right. Mode 5, Mode 5, Mode 5. Kurt, I'm coming up to take control.
Across the aisle, Myrtle reached for Eugene as if she could stop him, but drew her hand back without completing the gesture. The price she paid for being in the astronaut corps with her husband was being willing to accept that he would be on the rocket when it fell over. This wasn't just about the captain going down with the ship. Eugene was the more experienced pilot in vacuum. The ship would still sway, but the oscillation would be minimal compared to the ride Kurt was giving us. None of his instincts had been built in vacuum. Above me, Eugene was attaching his emergency oxygen supply.
Myrtle, position 1 for hatch jettison. Carmouche, position 2 for slide deployment. Worgen, position 3 for sky genie distribution. All crew, prep for hard vacuum. Do not unplug from the ship's hardline communications until
His comm cut off.
His comm.
hardline communications until
His comm cut off. Eugene's head and shoulders twisted to the side. Anna Teresa put a hand on his back, because putting it on her own back would not be useful in this context.
Here we go.
And shoulders twisted to the side.
Anna Teresa put a hand on his back to steady him. The ship swayed with each pulse of the thruster while Kurt thought,
The ship swayed. Here we go.
Put a hand on his back to steady him.
The ship swayed with each pulse of the thruster while Kurt fought gravity. Myrtle dropped down the ladder. Heading?
Heading?
Mm-hmm.
Myrtle dropped down the ladder.
Heading to the hatch at the base of the passenger compartment. Above us, Helen emerged from the command module. She put her feet on either side of the ladder and slid down it like a double fire pole. I grabbed, pausing for water. Okay.
Slid down it like a double fire pole.
I grabbed my I don't even know what word I was trying to say.
It's a new piece of equipment.
The Urxi. It's, of course, spelled
it's a acronym.
QYWRXC. The Urxi.
I love it. It should be a competition for defining it.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Slid down it like a double fire pole.
I grabbed my emergency oxygen supply canister with my good hand. My left hurt with a cold, bone-deep ache, like ice distorting my arm. Ah.
After 8.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm just...
After ache?
Hurt with a cold, bone-deep ache.
Like ice distorting my arm. But I didn't have time to baby it. I'd been forced to use my for fuck's sake. Okay?
I've been forced. Here we go. Oops. Come on. Here we go.
But I didn't have time to baby it.
I'd been forced to use my right back in finishing school, and it would have to suffice.
Pyro-safing pin removed?
Below us, Myrtle was standing at the airlock, tethered to the top handrail.
Hatch jettison on 3. 1, 2, 3.
The thump of the pyro bolts firing resonated through the frame of the ship, not quite to the level of sound in the airless cabin.
Hatch clear.
At the new angle of his body, I could just...
Got the new. Here we go.
Airless cabin.
Hatch clear.
At the new angle of his body, I could just see Eugene raise his hand to his chest and toggle his mic on. He'd been using manual control of his microphone and not Vox this whole time to keep the voice activation from being triggered when he retched. When he spoke, his voice sounded strained.
Worgen, can you take the controls?
He hadn't issued it as a command because he wasn't just asking me to keep the ship vertical. He was asking me to write it down when it fell. And he was asking because if he threw up while trying to keep the...
Because if he threw up, here we go.
And he was asking.
Because if he threw up while trying to keep the ship upright, it would be a bad day. Yes, absolutely. Kenneth would be listening to this. Who knows? Maybe I can lay the ship down on its side.
Aft and forward hinge pip pins removed.
At position 2, Helen worked, connected to the ship by the emergency umbilicals beside the airlock.
Slide assembly locked, black on black. Standby inflation.
Helen pulled the inflation lanyard. Nothing happened. She braced with one hand against the ship and pulled again in a motion like a gardener trying to start a lawnmower. Was there anything I could do to help her? No. And focusing on things I couldn't affect could cause me to miss something important on the tasks I was assigned. Tethering the bottled O2 to my suit, I pulled the green apple to activate it. As soon as I had green on the oxygen indicator, I disconnected my suit from the ship. Without hardline communications, the ship was eerily silent. Only the sound of my own breath and the fans were audible. I swung my legs out of my...
This one, here we go.
Breath and the fans were audible.
I swung my legs out of my couch and grabbed for the ladder. The angle was tilting off true, and with pressurized gloves, it was going to be an unpleasant climb. I tightened my left hand on the rail and pulled up. Inside my arm, alarms went bright red, full alert, failure state. I gasped and gasped.
Here we go. I gasped.
Alert. Failure state.
I gasped and closed my eyes. This wasn't a sprain. My arm was broken. There were not enough curses in the world for this. Even if I wanted to endanger my crewmates by hiding a serious injury, my left arm wouldn't support my weight for the climb up to the CM. I crawled back into my couch and plugged into the comms.
Lead is no-go. The oxygen tank is drained.
Oh, sorry.
Is it lead or lied?
Slide.
Okay.
I don't suppose you can do magic to... I can try to...
What do you want me to do?
Oh, I was going to say, can you do magic and cut it in so that it sounds like I have said slide?
Yes, I can, but I just got to say it first, yeah?
Yeah, I will. That would be great.
Oh, yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, totally, I can do that. Sorry.
I'm going to say the part of the sentence that I know is there.
Okay, cool. Rolling you in.
Thanks.
Into my couch and plugged into the comms.
The escape slide is... Oops, sorry.
And that would be with the cup in my face.
Into my couch and plugged into the comms.
The escape slide is no-go. The argon tank is drained. From impact?
Copy. Switch to mode 5A. Free repel.
On the comm, someone moaned, and I couldn't blame them. We had trained to keep the rocket vertical with manual inputs. We had trained to egress via rappel line without the slide. We had trained to have a depress. But this was a lot of failures deep. And the situation... Whoa, I just, sorry, accidentally scrolled past multiple things.
Let me
Okay.
do
Go
that
ahead.
cut real quick.
Thanks.
Comms.
There we go.
Let's see what the question was. I do not see the question.
See if you like this.
Okay.
I crawled back into my couch and plugged into the comms.
Slide is no go. The argon tank is drained.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Cool.
And for all of the questions, just refreshed. No, Andrew normally cannot see me in the studio. Yeah, I was at the top of the dock, and it just refreshed. They were not showing up for some reason.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
Yeah, go on.
We had trained to egress via a rappel line. Let me check something. There's an extra A somewhere.
Okay. While you're checking. So what were some of the egress ideas that would have killed the crew, according to Chell? I originally wanted the rocket to fall over and to land on the gantry. And he's like, nope, that would have totally punctured it. And then I'm like, well, can it fall and hit the ground? Nope, that would have compressed it, and it would have. So basically, anything of having the rocket fall over was a no-go. I also looked at having a larger decompression event, but that much oxygen would have caused tank rupturing. Can't remember what some of the others were. You ready?
Yeah. We had trained to egress via a rappel line without the slide.
Thank you.
Just left the A out last time.
Got it.
Here we go.
Vertical with manual inputs.
You know, let's just pick it up from there and keep going. Does that make sense?
That sounds
we were
great.
real close, so we stopped. Yep,
Yeah.
Here we go.
Vertical with manual inputs.
We had trained to egress via a rappel line. That's why I left it out, because some idiot put a via and a right next to each other.
I wish I had not stopped recording. That was good.
It's okay. It's recorded on the...
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting. All right, here we go.
Vertical with manual inputs.
We had trained to egress via a rappel line without the slide. I almost said without hurting the slide for God knows what reason. So one of the
I might
things...
be able to...
yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Are you going to try
No,
to
go
fix
ahead.
it?
I'm going to try to fix it. Yep.
Okay. So one of the things that you become very conscious of when you are a narrator is that when you're speaking, you're actually setting up the next word that you're going to say before you voice it. And so when I have things like that, even though you haven't heard me say something like without hurting, my mouth is framed to say hurting, and so switching will cause like this weird gap or a different audible stumble. And it happens to everybody, but you become super conscious of it when you're doing audiobook narration.
Okay, check out this.
We had trained to egress via a rappel line without the slide.
I love you so much.
Ha. All right, after slide, please.
Via a rappel line without the slide.
We had trained to have a depress, but this was a lot of failures deep. And the situation was worse. Lindholm, Worgen. Theoretically, I could pilot, but we didn't have time to figure out how to get me there. We have a problem. I think I broke my left arm in the landing.
Copy.
He might as well have cursed. In the sound of breath and fans, I could feel...
In the sound?
Hang on, sorry.
You want to do the copy again?
Yeah, no, I had my phone face up and saw that someone was calling that I do need to talk to, but obviously not now, so I was just sending them the, hanging up and using the auto thing.
Right.
Okay.
He might as well have cursed, or do you want to do the copy again?
He might as well as. I was fine with copy.
Okay, after cursed. Here we go.
Okay.
He might as well have cursed.
In the sound of breath and fans, I could feel him evaluating the other astronaut pilots on the ship. Myrtle, Helen, Kurt, Mikey. The women flew in vacuum, but not with this ship. The men knew the rocket, but not vacuum. That left himself. Any wiggle had the potential to slam the person on the rappel line into the side of the ship.
I'll take the controls.
On the comms, someone made a sharp intake of breath. No one spoke, but I was willing to lay money on that being Myrtle.
Fry and Lynn, prepare for handover and then assist Carmouche at position 2. Myrtle, you're first down the line to stabilize it. Anna Teresa, assist Worgen with her injury.
Eugene unplugged and climbed to the CM. In Sims, I'd played the injured crew member more than once to give my crewmates a sense of what it would be like to have two.
Let's go back and get one quick thing. Fry and Lynn prep for handover and then assist Carmouche.
Thank you.
Said prepare, I think.
Thank you.
We'll take it through position 2, please.
Okay.
Here we go.
Willing to lay money on that being Myrtle.
Fry and Lynn,
Prep. I almost did it again.
Willing to lay money on that being Myrtle.
Fry and Lynn, prep for handover and then assist Carmouche at position 2.
Great, thank you. Moving on. After CM.
Okay.
Is that right? Let's see here.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go.
Plugged and climbed to the CM.
Oops, sorry. I had the wrong CM lined up. Go ahead.
Got nope.
Plugged and climbed to the CM.
In Sims, I'd played the injured crew member more than once to give my crewmates a sense of what it would be like to have to evacuate someone who is incapacitated. I'd be sent down as the first of the astronauts after the colonists. The best thing I could do was to stay out of the way until they were ready for me. I wasn't going to be moving fast. Unseen in the CM above us, Eugene said,
I have the controls.
Kurt's liturgical response followed.
Kurtz, here we go.
Good.
I have the controls.
Kurt's liturgical response followed.
You have the controls.
In their spacesuits, my crewmates were distinguishable only by general body type and quality of movement. It was obvious when Kurt and Mikey came down the ladder from the CM because they moved with a surety that the colonists lacked. Except for the ones who had been up before, like Faustino or Rose Barlow, the colonists had experienced a pressurized IVP suit only once in a vacuum chamber on Earth. The rocket swayed upright and stayed close to still, oscillating only a little.
Vertical, you are go for egress.
We'd stopped hearing the LGC. Either they were keeping our lines of communication clear for the evac, or Eugene had taken the cabin out of the big loop now that he was in the command module. I was betting on the latter. I swung to the side to let Ahana out of our row.
Let's go back and get pressurized.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. From the colonists through only once, please.
Okay.
Or Rose Barlow.
The colonists.
Or Rose Barlow.
The colonists had experienced a pressurized IVP suit only once.
Great. Thank you. I swung. Here we go.
I was betting on the latter.
I swung to the side to let Ahana out of our row. Her concern was clear through her visor, but she stuck with training and didn't pause, moving like she was a full astronaut. I was so proud. I uncovered the harness carabiner on my left shoulder and opened it, so I would be prepped when I reached the hatch. Anna Teresa got off the ladder next to me and tethered herself, bracing her feet on the chair back. Not the chair
Bracing?
back below me.
The chair back. Here we go.
The ladder next to me and tethered herself,
bracing her feet on the chair back below me. At the hatch, 5 stories above the ground, Myrtle sat on the edge of the airlock, clipped onto the rappelling line hanging over her left shoulder from a support bar that extended a meter from the ship. Kurt leaned out of the hatch, tethered to the ship with a safety and a local tether to watch the ground and act as a spotter. He gave her a thumbs up. Myrtle leaned forward, swinging out with the motion of the ship, and vanished in a controlled, rapid descent down the side. From the hatch, Kurt said,
She's on the ground. Rappel off. Hand signals indicate line secured.
Copy that. 10 minutes fuel remaining.
Helen replied.
We're sending the colonists down.
Anna Teresa leaned forward for helmet-to-helmet communication. I also just remembered that when I did the helmet-to-helmet communication in Faded Sky, that I did not have the echoey, the cup on.
We can go back and get those. I think you did one specific one with Ahana, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I don't think Ahana answered.
Oh, no, that's true.
So this is just me going, oh yeah, that's a thing if I'm going to be consistent from novel to novel, which would be, whatever.
It would be nice.
Yeah.
Let me check one quick thing, please.
Sure thing.
Take a listen to We're Sending the Colonists Down. Tell me what you think.
Okay.
We're sending the colonists down.
Yeah, let's do that again.
Cool. Here we go.
Helen replied.
Let's just go from there if that's okay. We're right here where punches.
Helen replied.
We are sending the colonists down.
Anna Teresa leaned forward for a helmet-to-helmet communication. Do you need the egress sling?
Do you need... Oh.
Mm-hmm.
What happened there? We gotta take it from when we were sending the colonists down one more time. I had a little glitch here.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Helen replied.
We are sending the colonists down.
Anna Teresa leaned forward for helmet-to-helmet communication. Do you need the egress sling? And don't be a pilot when you answer. I toggled my mic off, holding in my urge to make a snappy comeback. I can rappel one-handed. I'd practiced that carrying incapacitated crew members in a sim, but I may need a spotter on the ladder. Spotter on the ladder.
Spotter on the ladder. Here we go.
Incapacitated crew members in a sim.
But I may need a spotter on the lander.
Incapacitated crew members in a sim.
But
Incapacitated crew members in a sim.
But I may need a spotter on the ladder and with landing. She nodded. I'll go first and... random accents.
Oops. Here we go.
Landing. She nodded.
I'll go down first and wait for you at the bottom. I could feel the quick pulses of the attitude thrusters through the frame of the ship as Eugene kept us upright with an elegant economy of thrust. Below us, Kurt, Helen, and Mikey helped colonists attach their carabiners to the Sky Genie and egress. Some of them hesitated on the threshold before slipping off the edge and out of sight. Most of them moved, if not smoothly, then with purpose. I glanced at my watch. By my mark, we had about 5 minutes of fuel left. As soon as the ladder was clear, Anna Teresa nudged me. I unplugged into silence and swung my legs out to join her on the ladder. She positioned herself 2 rungs below me, with her hands on the outer rails. I could feel her helmet pressing against my lower back. Climbing down one-handed was slower than I liked, but rushing had the potential to knock us both off the ladder. Anna Teresa led me to the hatch as if the broken arm somehow affected my other senses. 2 more colonists went out the door, directed by Helen with precise hand signals. When the last left, Anna Teresa clipped onto the rope and went out the hatch.
And the last. Here we go.
Sky Genie is a real thing.
What's that?
Sky Genie is a real thing, not a thing I made up. And rappelling
I
down the
believe it.
side is actually how this thing is all from Shuttle
Done.
era. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. There are some modifications that Chell and I worked through for doing this in vacuum, though, and that's the slide.
That makes sense. Let's see here. When the last left. So we're talking with Anna Teresa, please.
Okay.
When the last left.
Oh, sorry.
No
Yep,
worries.
got it. No, I just was looking at the
When the
wrong
last
Anna Teresa.
left.
Anna Teresa clipped onto the rope and went out the
Same place, please.
When the last left.
Anna Teresa clipped onto the rope and went out the hatch on signal. As soon as Kurt gave the thumbs up that she was on the ground, Mikey wrapped the line quickly once around the shaft of my Sky Genie, which was all the friction we needed in lunar gravity, and fit the cover cylinder back in place with the thumb screw. Helen clipped it to my harness carabiner as if I were a child. That was
I hear that.
Yep. I am very proud of myself because I was the one when we were having conversations about. So the way the Sky Genie works is it's like this. You wrap the cord around it, and on Earth you have to do it 3 times around to provide the right amount of friction. And I made a guess that Chell said sounded right and no one could fight me on, and he had not thought of, but agreed with, that you would not need as much of a wrap for 1/6 gravity because you are not trying to fight as much weight.
Right.
So you don't need as much friction. But it's such a beautiful, simple thing. You can YouTube that.
What it looks like?
Yeah, and watch people doing it. Not off a
Nice.
shuttle, but I found pictures of that at least. And then talk to people who've done it.
That's cool.
Also talk to people who had been the incapacitated. Oh, it's gone.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Cylinder back in place with the thumb screw.
Helen clipped it to my harness carabiner as if I were a child. That was the correct procedure for an injured crew member, but I dislike being out of control enough that it still rankled a little. It felt weird to sling the rope to my right, but I gripped it and tucked it behind my back to apply full tension to the line before sitting on the edge of the hatch. Below me, Myrtle held the edge of the line to try to guide repellers clear of the teetering ship. Leaning forward, I fell away from the airlock as I brought my right arm out from my body. I hung from my left shoulder, and my rate of descent was so slow that I thought, for a moment, my Sky Genie was malfunctioning. But with all my Earthside training, I had never rappelled in 1/6 gravity. Line fed through the Sky Genie at a fraction of the speed I expected, even though we'd discussed this in class. And I gently fell.
Let's go back and get one quick thing.
Okay.
Below me, Myrtle held the end of the line. You said the edge of the line, I believe.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Let's listen. Let's take it from below me through ship, please.
Okay.
See it?
Yep.
Here we go.
Line before sitting on the edge of the hatch.
Below me, Myrtle held the end of the line to try to guide repellers clear of the...
1 sec.
Okay. Is the pressurization like a blood pressure cuff or a different pressure than that? It is comparable, from what I understand, but but not exactly like that. Like it doesn't hurt over your entire body because a blood pressure cuff is a single point of pressure.
All right.
Yep.
And I gently fell, I think is where we are.
Okay.
There it is.
Discussed this in class.
And I gently fell down the side of the rocket, until my back slammed into the ship with all the mass I'd brought from home. My arm flared into red-hot anger again. I spun back out, twirling on the end of the line as the ship oscillated forward. The moonscape swung past in blacks and whites. Above me, on the far side of the ship, the rocket's attitude thrusters fired a white plume across the dark sky as Eugene pushed the rocket back to vertical. I careened into the ship again, barely catching myself with one foot. Banging into the side, I was unstable coming down and would have fallen in my stiff suit if Anna Teresa and Myrtle hadn't been there to steady me. They helped me unclip my snap shackle. I backed away, clearing the line as Mikey.
Let's go get one quick thing. I just had a little
Bobble.
I careened to the ship again, barely catching myself with one foot. I just had a little click.
Okay, great.
Here we go.
And pushed the rocket back to vertical.
I careened into the ship again, barely catching myself with one foot.
Okay. Thank you. Moving forward. I backed away. Here we go.
Helped me unclip my snap shackle.
I backed away, clearing the line as Mikey egressed. Silhouetted against the side, I only knew it was him because they would be coming out in order of seniority. Across the landscape, a mining rover trundled around.
Cross. Here we go.
Because they would be coming out in order of seniority.
Across the landscape, a mining rover trundled around the mounded regolith of the lunar colony. Gray dust sprayed up in a rooster tail behind them, arcing back to the ground with perfect trajectories unmarred by breezes. I headed with Anna Teresa toward the gantry to wait, not await.
I headed. Here we go.
Trajectories unmarred by breezes.
I headed with Anna Teresa toward the gantry to wait for our rescuers, fighting the suit for every step. Even with that, it was easier to move than any other time I'd been out on the surface. I could feel the heat radiating from the sun and started to sweat.
I could feel. Here we go.
I'd been out on the surface.
I could feel the heat radiating from the sun and started to sweat inside my IVP suit. Intravehicular pressure suit. This was never designed to be worn on the surface of the moon. I had air, but no cooling system. My boots were not rated to handle the sharp glass grains of lunar soil. I veered, clear of the pad, into the shadow of the gantry. Turning, I was in time to see Helen sliding down the ship. I started counting in my head. She would have told Eugene that she was last out before unplugging. He'd give her 30 seconds to get clear. Helen touched down as lightly as possible in an IVP suit. Kurt and Mikey stepped in, helping her unclip. The moment she was free, Myrtle pointed to the gantry. They all turned and ran in the awkward skip-hop it took to fight a pressurized suit on the surface. Behind them, the thrusters stopped firing, letting the rocket slowly list away from us. I moved on an intercept course.
I moved. Here we go.
Slowly list away from us.
I moved on an intercept course to Myrtle, who should not be alone to watch her husband fall. She hit the edge of the landing pad and turned to face the ship, staring up at it as if she could see into the command module at the very top. Helen stopped by Myrtle and offered her an offering. There's no and.
Helen, here we go. Oops. Here we go.
Moved on the command module at the very top.
Helen stopped by Myrtle, offering her gloved hand. I got to them as the thrusters on the far side fired a series of quick, noiseless.
Fired a series. Here we go.
I got them as the thrusters on the far side
fired a series of quick, noiseless bursts. The rocket kept falling. I grabbed Myrtle's hand with my right. She clung to it so tightly that I could feel her palm even through the pressurized layers of rubber and fabric. Inside her helmet, her mouth was moving in a constant, silent prayer. She was still in the sun. I dragged them both into the shadow and out of the 173 degrees Celsius heat, heart tight in my chest. The massive, quiescent landing engines were facing us now as the rocket dropped below.
Here we go.
Landing engines were facing us now. Landing engines were facing us now.
As the rocket dropped below 45 degrees. White plumes kicked out, just visible past the sides of the ship. In the shadow, the lunar...
In the shadow after shadow?
Ship. In the shadow.
The lunar surface was cold and sucked heat out of the soles of my feet. But I stayed put, bearing witness as the rocket continued in
Bearing witness, here we go.
But I stayed put.
Bearing witness as the rocket continued its inexorable.
But I stayed put.
Bearing witness as the rocket continued its inexorable path to the ground. No jets. Had he run out of fuel, or was he saving it? The rocket seemed to reach for the surface. Sharp, quick bursts fired in sequence. Dust swirled up in wild spirals, dropping straight the moment the thrusters stopped. Eugene fired them again in a single, long, sustained thrust, spraying dust away from the spacecraft as it landed. It stopped moving, at rest on its side. Then it rolled, settling with the edge of the damaged landing strut, digging into the ground, silent and still. I need to take a bathroom break.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. So I'm gonna pop on out.
Okay.
I will give the pre-roll thing so that makes it easy for people to spot when I'm back.
Sounds good.
All right. Hello. How are you all? More exciting adventure on the moon.
All right. You ready?
Yeah, actually, let me drink it. I've refreshed my water, but did not actually drink any of it.
Ah.
Okay. Radio.
Okay. Here we go.
And still.
16. Sorry. That is the wrong voice for 16. 16! I'm going to narrate the entire book as if...
You're an oldie-timey newsreel. All right, here we go.
And still.
16. Disaster on the moon. Artemis Base, Moon. April 13th, 1963. AP. Earlier today, a flight from Luneta to the Artemis Base here on the moon crashed on landing, contaminating the landing field with kerosene, the highly toxic propellant used by lunar landers. Though no lives were lost, Mrs. Kenneth T. Worgan, wife of Governor Worgan, Kansas, suffered a broken arm. This crash was apparently due to the same retro thruster that stuck on Lunar's
This crash. Here we go.
Kansas suffered a broken arm.
This crash was apparently due to the same retro thruster.
Here we go.
Kansas suffered a broken arm.
This crash was apparently due to the same retro thruster that stuck.
Here we go.
Kansas suffered a broken arm.
This crash was apparently due to the same retro thruster which stuck. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Kansas suffered a broken arm.
This crash was apparently due to the same retro thruster which stuck. Oh, for fuck's sake. This crash was apparently due to the same retro thruster which stuck on Lunar Shuttle 1063 2 years ago. There's no reason that should be hard. All right.
Kansas suffered a broken arm.
This crash was apparently due to the same retro thruster which stuck on Lunar Shuttle 1063 2 years ago. This is the first rocket to the moon since last month's failed Sirius 4 launch. The resulting explosion of that rocket cast debris over a wide field close to the nation's capital. Officials at the IAC say the fact that neither incident resulted in a loss of life is a testament to the systems and training they have implemented. Critics of the program, however, point to the increase in aerospace disasters as a sign that the space program has pushed too fast and too hard and too fast.
Let's go back and get officials at the IAC say that the fact. We left out the that.
Thank you.
Let's see here.
Continue on from there. Because
You
it's the
just
next
do that,
sentence I bobble in.
What's that? You just want to keep going from there?
I was asking.
Sure. Yeah, might as well. Here we go.
Field close to the nation's capital.
Officials at the IAC say that the fact that neither incident resulted in
is
a
a
loss...
testament to the systems and training they have implemented.
You good?
It started again.
Oh, fuck. Sorry.
That's okay.
That was me.
I'm
One
fine.
sec.
Using the words that you have already captured that I said correctly the first time, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I just forgot. One sec. One sec.
Okay. Yes, I did say hello to Sadie and Elsie, although they are not being kept in the bathroom right now. They are, Sadie is just hanging out in the bathroom because that's what she likes. Elsie is asleep on the bed.
Almost there. Sorry.
No, it's fine. We have 46 people watching us right now. 47.
Okay. I got that. set, I think.
The IAC say that the fact that neither incident resulted in a loss of life is a testament to the systems and training they have implemented. Critics of the program, however, point to the increase in aerospace disasters.
Let's do from critics of the program.
Okay.
Here we go.
Systems and training they have implemented.
Critics of the program, however, point to the increase in aerospace disasters as a sign that the space program has pushed too fast. Ah, for fuck's sake, I did it again.
After, however, here we go.
Critics of the program, however,
point to the increase in aerospace disasters as a sign that the space program has pushed too hard and too fast. It is only a matter of time, they say, before the IAC loses the passengers with the rocket. Even on the moon, with the same recycled air that circulated through the rest of the colony, the sick bay's filters could not mask the hospital smell of disinfectant and sickness. My left arm felt unnaturally heavy with the weight of the cast. Ironic that it felt heavier on the moon than it did on Earth. I sat in one of the plastic chairs that populated the colony.
I sat, here we go.
Than it did on Earth.
I sat in one of the plastic chairs that populated the colony.
Than it did on Earth.
I sat in one of the plastic chairs that populated the colony. Lightweight, easy to assemble, and generic gray. Myrtle sat in the one next to Eugene's bed. He lay on his side, knees drawn up under a thin white sheet. Eugene wet his lips and asked,
"So, does anyone besides me think the ship was sabotaged?"
"That's a frightening proposition." I wanted to shout that it had definitely been sabotaged. I had a coded letter to Kenneth burning a hole in the thigh pocket of my trousers until I could get to the teletype machine. "What are you thinking?"
"Besides the thruster, the argon canister for the egress slide was empty. It wasn't when we launched."
I inhaled sharply. "Not just damaged in the crash?"
Helen said.
Helen said. Here we go.
Not just damaged in the crash?
Helen said the seal was broken and it had been drained.
The corner of his mouth tensed.
"I checked it as part of my pre-launch walkthrough."
The FBI's restriction to keep the Lindholms in the dark was foolish. But Eugene had brought sabotage up on his own. If I didn't mention.
Okay.
Here we go.
Sabotage up on his own.
If I didn't mention Icarus or share classified information that I'd learned from my briefing, then maybe we could still work the problem. Do you think it's linked to the rocket that crashed?
"Yeah. You're supposed to be the secretary for LCA.
Sorry, you're supposed to be. Here we go.
"Yeah. You're supposed to be the secretary for LCA Frisch?"
Eugene rubbed his forehead as if just the thought of the lunar colony administrator was enough to give him a headache.
"I tried to tell him that I wanted to speak to him privately, but
I tried. Here we go. That's not right.
Administrator was enough to give him a headache.
I tried to tell him that I wanted to speak to him privately, but with the rest of the staff around, it was hard to push."
"And you should rest." Eugene, Myrtle, or Nicole, possibly Helen, whoever was in the room, ran their hand over his brow.
After you should rest. Here we go.
"And you should rest."
Myrtle ran her hand over his brow, drawing circles at his temple as Eugene let his hand drop away.
"You don't have to be a hero all the time. There's an active saboteur on the moon."
"We don't know that." She pulled her hand away and smoothed the fabric of her skirt, trousers.
She pulled. Here we go.
Saboteur on the moon. Moon. We don't know that.
She pulled her hand away and smoothed the fabric of her trousers as if she were straightening a skirt.
Drained argon tank. Thruster. Nathaniel was poisoned.
That was on Earth. She stood and walked around the bed to check Eugene's IV drip. Yes, but... I looked at Eugene on the hospital bed. His face was ashen and tight with discomfort. I think we can argue that Eugene was also poisoned.
It's food poisoning.
Eugene cut a glance to Myrtle and then back to me. He wanted me to keep quiet about the fact that someone had very probably poisoned him so that Myrtle wouldn't worry? We were so far past that it wasn't even worth trying. Food poisoning can be deliberate. The fact that you got sick and no one else did is telling. Myrtle moved to the foot of his bed, smoothing the thin blanket over him as she went. That could have happened in Brazil. She wasn't wrong, and it was the preferable scenario. So you're saying I shouldn't talk to Frisch? I'm saying that... She sighed. Yanking on an end of the blanket, she made a neat corner and tucked it under the mattress. I'm saying that I don't want to suspect the people I live up here with. I don't want to suspect the people at the IAC either. That's just... It's different for us. For the full-timers, I mean. The trip home for our son's graduation was the first time we've been back on Earth in...
Let's go back. I'm saying that I don't want to suspect the people I live with up here. I think you said live up here with.
Got it.
Let me find it. Right. I'm saying just that phrase.
Okay.
Here we go. Does that make sense to just keep going from there?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Corner and tucked it under the mattress.
I'm saying that I don't want to suspect the people I live with up here. I don't want to suspect the people at the IAC either. That's just... It's different for us. For the full-timers, I mean. The trip home for our son's graduation was the first time we've been back on Earth in over a year. There are only about 300 people on the moon. We're too small a community to start suspecting everyone. Suspicion and paranoia were never good, and in a group this small, they would be.
And in a group?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Suspicion and paranoia were never good.
And in a group this small, they would be meteorically bad. People would turn on each other, divide into groups. Things would get personal real fast. All right, I take your point. So what's your suggestion?
Talk to Frisch. There's not a lot...
Eugene shifted on the bed, closing his eyes. I jumped up too high and had to catch myself on the ceiling. My cast thunked against the plastic, sending a dull jolt through my arm. Myrtle rounded the end, moving in
Myrtle, here we go.
A dull jolt through my arm.
Myrtle rounded the end, moving in lunar gravity with grace, and scooped up a bin to hold for Eugene. He opened his eyes and waved her away.
Cramp.
Straightening out, he said,
At least I'm done with the barfing phase.
Be glad when the shitting is... Eugene, you watch your language. Woman, Nicole is a damn pilot. The day I shock her with my language is the day I invent a new word. What about me? You? He snorted. You're supposed to be nice to me on my sickbed. I cleaned your ass. I don't know what else you want. He laughed, and it sounded so good. Here you were complaining about my language. Laughing with them, relieved for a moment. Whoops, sorry.
Laughing, here we go.
You're complaining about my language.
Laughing with them, relieved for a moment to have something to laugh at, I said, I'll leave you two lovebirds to your ass wiping. I've got an appointment with the LCA.
Thanks for that.
Eugene let his head drop back onto the pillow.
See you in church tomorrow?
I stopped in the doorway, raising an eyebrow. Putting aside all other questions.
Putting aside. Here we go.
In the doorway, raising an eyebrow.
Putting aside all other questions, do you honestly think you'll be out of here? It's Easter. He shrugged as best he could, lying on his side with an IV in his arm. Damn pilots. I'll be fine. Lord save me from having to wrangle this man. Myrtle looked at the ceiling. Lord, grant me strength to survive his obstinance and my obstinance. I escaped the crossfire and stepped out into the hall. It was empty and quiet save for the Lindholms' cheerful argument and the distant whir of the centrifuge room. For a moment, I was alone. The wave of emotions that I needed to manage rose up. Grief and rage and terror pressing against the backs of my eyes and crowding the soft palate of my mouth. Kenneth would have been alone in a room like that months ago. The alone is in the wrong place, sorry.
Yeah. Let's go back and get Lord, give me strength. You said something other than give. I've forgotten exactly what. Let's see.
Grant, probably.
Yes, that's what you said. Let's take it through my obstinance from Lord. Thank you. Here we go.
Myrtle looked at the ceiling.
Lord, give me strength to survive his obstinance and my obstinance.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep, no, that was someone going out the front door. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And then back where we were. Kenneth would have been. Here we go.
Okay.
Soft palate of my mouth.
Kenneth would have been in a room like that months ago, and he would have been alone. I closed my eyes. My hands tightened into fists, nails pressing against the plaster cast. I did not have time for this. With a clipboard under my good arm, I bounded through the newest corridor of the Moon Artemis.
For the clipboard,
what
please.
Is the word moon doing there? I think it was supposed to be the moon's Artemis base. Maybe? Huh. How am I going to make that sound reasonable? Bounded through the newest corridor of the Moon Artemis base. Doesn't make any sense. Like the lunar Artemis base would have made sense, but the Moon Artemis base, it's like something got slipped in. The Moon's Artemis base, I think I can do that.
Cool. Ready?
Yeah.
Did not have time for this.
With a clipboard under my good arm, I bounded through the newest corridor of the Moon's Artemis base in the forward-leaning lunar walk that was the most efficient way of travel. My first couple of hours back on the moon were always a little awkward as my body recalibrated to the presence of gravity after days without it. You could spot the experienced lunar dwellers by their walk. I stopped at the entrance to the small tube buried in the regolith that served as the outer office for Lunar Colony Administrator Frisch. Dull gray plastic created a wall for the LCA's inner office, decorated with an outdated calendar on one side and a star chart for a trans-Earth orbit on the other. Through the translucent plastic sheeting of the door, I could hear Kurt's voice. With respect, sir, I was the pilot. I'm aware of that, Lunatic.
Here we go.
Drinking water.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
Correct, sir, I was the pilot.
I'm aware of that, Lieutenant Fry. However, the IOC's policies are quite clear. Frisch was Swiss, but had learned English from a Brit, so always said things like lieutenant. It sounded like an affectation every time. This is not a permanent state. It is not fair. Carmouche, in particular, was nowhere near the controls. Did she or did she not provide you with the calculations for the landing? Her calculations had nothing to do with the hand controller failing. Come on, you know that. And Mikey? If he wasn't giving me good instrumentation readings, I wouldn't have been able to set us down at all. They had grounded all of them. I clenched my teeth and patted the sheeting in what passed for a knock on the door. Yes? I slid the plastic aside. Sorry to bother you. Ah, Mrs. Worgan. LCA Frisch hunched over his desk like an anemic stork. His Swiss pallor was even more pronounced on the moon than it had been on Earth. The man needed to spend more time in the sun lamp room. Kurt was standing in front of his desk, arms crossed, and had that extremely neutral expression of someone who is trying not to scowl. Oh, good. You can back me up. They're grounding Helen and Mikey. I get needing to do that with me, but for Pete's sake, it shouldn't affect anyone else. I winced. He wasn't going to win this argument, and as a rookie, he wouldn't know that. Frisch was a rule-bound bureaucrat through and through. I'm grounded too. I waved my cast. While I agreed with him, I also needed Kurt to go away so that I could talk to Frisch. It's not unreasonable for them to want to examine Helen and Mikey's involvement. He took a deep breath as if he were going to yell, and then sighed, fingers tightening on his biceps. He did have nice biceps, but I digress. Frisch nodded. It is only until after the investigation, which we will conduct as efficaciously as possible. Kurt stared at the floor, mouth compressed. So, do we have any active pilots right now? Yes, of course. The administrator of the moon... What is going on with these random moons? Why is that there? I'm going to leave it out. I don't understand why it's there. Okay.
1 second.
The administrator of the moon lunar colony. That doesn't... Like, why? Oh, fuck. This is what I get for not reading the entire thing aloud. We were on a crunch and I only got partway through it.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not an ideal time.
No.
Can we go back and get a couple quick things?
Yeah.
Bottom quarter of the last page. Did she or did she not provide you with calculations for landing? Oh, her calculations have nothing to do with the hand, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Let me listen here. Just that phrase, I think you said had as opposed to have.
Okay.
Here we go.
I do with the calculations for the landing.
Her calculations have nothing to do with the hand controller failing.
Great. And then there's one more on that same page. In what I clenched my teeth and patted the sheeting in what passed for a knock on the moon. I think you said something different.
They have
on the door is what you said.
Yeah. They have just let us know in the chat. That's no moon. So that's the problem. Is that's no moon?
What's that? What are we talking about?
There's a film called Star Wars. That's no moon. The extra moon that's
Sorry,
on here.
It's been many years.
Oh, Andrew, please, you may have to.
I may have to rewatch it.
Your geek card may be in jeopardy. You have to...
I think my dad card of a 2-year-old is really what's
fair.
Before.
Yeah, fair enough. And also, I'm not going to real geek someone. I'm just disappointed in you.
Hey, at least I've watched it.
True.
I know some people who have not.
I know, it's so
I will
weird
not
to me.
not name check them here. Can we do so? I clenched my teeth. Can we do that through Knock on the Moon, please?
Yeah.
Here we go.
They had grounded all of them.
Actually, there is a chance that I am... No, this is the final.
Is it the final?
Oh, I had a moment of thinking, oh, there's a chance that I'm actually narrating from the first pass, but I just looked and I'm like, oh, no, this is the final.
All right, let's get I clenched my teeth, please.
They had grounded all of them.
Hang on, sorry, I haven't found it.
Oh, sorry. It's
I
1,
got
2,
it.
3,
No,
4, 5. Got it. 6 up from the bottom of page 162.
Got it.
6 sentences. Yep. Here we go.
They had grounded all of them.
I clenched my teeth and patted the sheeting in what passed for a knock on the moon.
Great. Thank you. All right. Back to the administrator of the moon is where we're going to pick this up. Except we're not doing the moon, so the administrator
of the lunar colony.
Of the lunar colony. Yep. Let me know when you're there.
Okay.
Here we go.
Oh, yes, of course.
The Oh, excuse me.
Oh, yes, of course.
The administrator of the lunar colony slept his dishwater hair. I don't. Okay.
Oh, yes, of course.
The administrator of the lunar colony swept his dishwater blonde hair back from his high, peaked forehead. This will put us on a tighter rotation, but nothing unmanageable. It's funny how the brain will draw connections. Eugene was down for the count with the food poisoning. I was out. Kurt, Mikey, and Helen were out. Now, there were some pilots already up here, but when they rotated back to Earth in 2 weeks, that would make us severely short-staffed. In fact, Frisch might have to schedule some of the rookies who had flight as a secondary qualification. Was the intention to activate a pilot who otherwise wouldn't have had access?
Was the intention? Here we go.
Who had as a secondary qualification.
Was the intention to activate a pilot who otherwise wouldn't have had?
Let's hold on a sec. I got a text.
Okay.
We missed. Let's see here.
Oh yeah, Alessandra's just.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay. Same place, please.
As a secondary qualification.
Was the intention to activate a pilot who otherwise wouldn't have had access to a ship? Or was it just a side effect of trying to kill us all on landing? And then, because I am very good at manipulating people, my brain went one better.
My brain, here we go. No, that's not what I wanted to do. This thing is not
very good at manipulating people.
My brain went one better. Could I have faked that thruster failing? If I had been piloting, could I have done a controlled landing that looked like a crash?
Listen real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do the same place because the better I lost the B a little bit.
Okay.
Very good at manipulating. Very good at manipulating people.
My brain went one.
Very good at manipulating people.
My brain went one better. Could I have faked that thruster failing? If I had been piloting, could I have done a controlled landing that looked like a crash? Probably, yes. Kurt was being awfully pushy for a rookie on the moon. Did he really care about his co-pilot and NavComp this much, or was he just trying to prove that he was one of the good guys? There are times when I hate my brain. But it serves me well, so I made a note to myself to keep an eye on Kurt. I held up my clipboard, which had random paper on it, to LCA Frisch. Would now be a good time to speak with you about the Icarus program? His eyelids... Actually, I just want to give her a slightly different read on that line.
Okay. Would now.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Paper on it. To LCA Frisch.
Would now be a good time to speak with you about the Icarus program? His eyelids fluttered several times in rapid succession. Why were all of these men so terrible at poker faces? Yes. He swallowed, and his smile would have fooled no one. Would you excuse us, Lieutenant Fry? Of course, sir. Kurt turned on his heel, overbalancing in the light gravity of the moon. I reached out to catch him as he compensated.
I reached out. Here we go.
Of course, sir.
Kurt turned.
Let's punch from where I told you I was punching as opposed to where I just punched.
Okay, great.
Here we go.
Kurt turned on his balancing in the light gravity of the moon.
I reached out to catch him as he compensated badly. He shot me a strained look and nodded his thanks. Moving more cautiously, he fumbled with the plastic sheeting and left the administrator's office. Frisch met my gaze with a thin smile, glancing at the door. We both waited in silence for the sound of footsteps bounding off rubber to fade down the hall. Forgive me, but I was unaware that you were involved in the Icarus program. Director Clemens read me on before we left. I gestured to the chair. May I sit? Of course. He stood carefully. He stood quietly.
Let's see. Here we go.
I sit? Of course.
He stood carefully in the tiny space. May I offer you some tea? I have a new pressure kettle so I can get boiling water that's hot now. Thank you. I sat on the chair and rested the clipboard in my lap. Director Clemens sent me with a package for you, which is, unfortunately, still on the ship. Ah, the engineers tell me that we have to wait for the propellant to sublimate off the surface before they can stabilize the spacecraft enough to unload the cargo. I see. It would take a full lunar day, which was nearly 2 weeks, for the sun to crawl across the surface and reach into all the shadows. I can give you a verbal report when you're ready. He turned so his beak of a nose was in profile. Go ahead with your report. I told him about the Sirius 4 crash. I told him about my plane, about the Pogo's hydraulic lines, and the other small accidents that had happened around the IAC, like shorts, propellant leaks, and sticky valves. I told him about the argon tank for the slide. When the kettle boiled, Frisch poured water into a teacup for me. Cream or sugar? No, thank you. He handed me the cup and sat down. And you say that Major Lindholm asked you to speak with me? I nodded. Independently, he suspects sabotage. I would strongly recommend reading him on. The LCA dropped a pair of sugar cubes into his cup and shook his head. Not at this time. I'll confer with Director Clemens. Which brings us back around to the problem that the code books are still on the ship. I pulled a sheet from under the random ones on my clipboard and held it out to him. May I offer a possible solution for that? I'll be expected to send a letter to Kenneth after the crash, and no one will look twice at it. He reached across the table to take it, frowning. The ever-present fans stirred the air as he read, and even though I'd handed it to him, I tensed a little at sharing a letter to my husband. Frisch sipped his tea, still frowning. I finally set my cup down on the table and said, the first letter of each sentence? I'd worried that it was blatant, as codes went, but I wasn't sure how else to signal to Kenneth that it was there. Ah! He held the cup to the side and nodded. Very good. I would not have spotted the code without your hint. Do you think he'll catch it? I don't know. I took the page back and secured it to the clipboard until I could get to the teletype machine. Kenneth won't be looking for one. Although my question about the flowers was also code, I was hoping that if Kenneth didn't see the first letter signal, that my reference to Nathaniel would make him take another look. But I couldn't tell Frisch about either of those. Secrets upon secrets. Do you want me to adjust the message to ask about Major Lindholm? Not at this time. Frisch set his cup in its saucer. We've not had problems here, so I think it can wait until we retrieve the codebooks. Wait? He thought it could wait? I pressed the clipboard against my knees and remembered to speak as a subordinate because LCA Frisch valued hierarchy. I'm so sorry, sir. I think my verbal report may not have been clear. The indications are that Icarus has come to the moon. Correction. It is possible that Icarus entered your ship at some point. Whether or not he is on the moon is another question. He picked up his cup and smiled at me over it. I'm certain it is.
Let's go back. Let's get a few things, please.
Okay.
Top of 165. Let's see. That's fine. You said cream or sugar as opposed to sugar or cream.
Oh. Right.
So just that little phrase flip-flopped. Here we go.
Poured water into a teacup for me.
Sugar or cream? Oh, no, that sounds like he's offering a choice, and he's not. Let me try that one more time to read.
Poured water.
Here we go.
The kettle boiled. Frisch poured water into a teacup for me.
Sugar or cream?
Thank you. Great. Thank you. And then there's a couple others on the next. Down at the bottom of the page, the ever-present fan stirred the air as he read it. I think he left out the it.
Sorry, where is that again?
It is near, a little bit lower than halfway down. He reached across the table is the paragraph.
Got it.
Let's see here, 1, 2, 3 paragraphs from the bottom. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
I was listening to it to get my place. Here we go.
Table to take it, frowning.
The ever-present fan stirred the air as he read it.
Great. Thank you. Okay. And then there's a little bit of a dropout at first letter of each sentence. Let's listen. Yeah, just that, the first letter of each sentence.
Got it.
Here we go.
I cupped down on the table and said,
The first letter of each sentence?
Perfect. Thank you. I'm certain from there.
up and smiled at me over it.
I am certain it is very exciting to be involved, but let's not allow our imaginations to run away with us, I have so much practice at smothering rage that I could let the wave of heat wash over me without driving the clipboard into his forehead, but only just. 13 April, 1963. Dear Kenneth, first letter home, and I'm already reporting trouble. This isn't going to become a habit, I promise, but I am going to presume that you are already aware of the events surrounding our landing. Everyone here is talking about the fact that Eugene pulled off a miracle, although I doubt the papers back home will report his exact words, which were, "Holy shit, that worked." Love, I trust that you weren't so concerned that you felt the need to buy me flowers, like I could stop you. I'm going to pause and ask you a question, Andrew.
Okay.
As my directorial ear. On the page, this is not emphasized, but you can tell what the first letter of each sentence is, and I am wondering if for audio, what I should do is more of a thing like this. First letter, home, and I'm already reporting trouble. This isn't going to become a habit, I promise, but I'm going to presume that you are already aware of the events surrounding our landing. Everyone here is talking about the fact...
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, because that will help people if they're not reading it. It's much harder, I think, to string those together over the course of the entire letter. I think that's a good idea.
I mean, I do decipher it later, but actually, no, I don't think I do. Yeah, let me definitely do that, because I don't think that I give anyone... Yeah, I don't. I give the gist of it later, but I don't actually do a direct... Yeah, okay, great.
Yep, no, I think it's a good idea. One second.
Okay.
So here's a question for you.
Uh-huh.
Going back to the bottom of 165, it says the first letter of each sentence. Do you mean letter or word?
First letter.
Okay, great. Okay, so...
Actually, since I can do this, just for you all, we're briefly going to not watch Andrew. I'll let you look at my page so that you can see what I'm doing here. And we'll flip back later.
Cool. Okay. Ready?
Uh-huh.
After Dear Kenneth. Here we go.
Okay.
3. Dear Kenneth.
First letter, home, and I'm already reporting trouble. This isn't going to become a habit, I promise, but I am going to presume that you are already aware of the events surrounding our landing. Everyone here is talking about the fact that Eugene pulled off a miracle, although I doubt the papers back home will report his exact words, which were, "Holy shit, that worked." Love, I trust that you weren't so concerned that you felt the need to buy me flowers. Like, I could stop you. I just scrolled too far. Sorry about that.
That's all right. After stop you. Let me know when you're ready.
Actually, what I should do is not show them this page and see if they can decipher it, but oh well.
Here we go.
Like, I could stop you.
Clearly, you are going to be distressed because my arm is broken. Luckily, it is only a hairline fracture. Even so, the medical staff here are, if you'll forgive me, over the moon to have an actual study to break.
Let's do it from over the moon.
Okay.
Ready?
Yep. Oh, and they
Here are, if you'll forgive me.
Hang on. I'm just like, so they're asking if I can narrate the coded sentence after finishing the letter but before resuming the chapter. No. Or rather, it is a tricky thing to do that. You can. The challenge is that every time you deviate from the text, especially when I'm recording something for Brilliance or Audible, because they're Amazon companies and it goes to the Kindle, which has Whisper Sync, if there are a certain percentage of errors, if it gets above that percentage of deviations from the text, the Whisper Sync no longer works, and it's partially a timed thing. So if I add extra lines, that means that the syncing doesn't work cleanly. So there we go.
All right. So we're
Okay.
picking it. I have to forgive me.
Yep, and one person has gotten the first word, so we're doing great.
Good. Over the moon. Here we go.
Here are, if you'll forgive me,
Over the moon to have an actual break to study. My first break, too, which is surprising given that there are plenty of skinned knees and sprains in my past. One surprising side effect is that I will apparently make it into the history books as the first broken arm on the moon. Needless to say, I find this a dubious honor. Still, I am strangely thrilled to have a cast for people to sign. Perhaps less thrilling is Anna Teresa's prescription for daily centrifuge chamber treatments.
Perhaps less thrilling. Let's do it from less thrilling.
perhaps
Less thrilling is Anna Teresa's prescription for daily centrifuge chamber treatments. For daily centrifuge chamber treatments. That's the way that sentence goes. I will also note, since you all see my page right now, that frequently when you hear me make a mistake, not always, but frequently it is because it's on a hyphen. Because of the way you read, or end of page when I have to do a lot of scrolling. So I'm not seeing the next part of the word before I actually have to execute it. Okay.
All right, here we go. Less thrilling. Here we go. Same thing.
perhaps
Less thrilling is Anna Teresa's prescription for daily centrifuge chamber treatment. For daily centrifuge chamber treatments.
Same place, I'm afraid.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
perhaps
Less thrilling is Anna Teresa's prescription for daily centrifuge chamber treatments. A weekly X-ray study to monitor. Pausing for water.
Okay. Let's do the A again.
Mm-hmm.
daily centrifuge chamber treatments.
A weekly X-ray study to monitor how I heal is also in order. Centrifuges will be necessary for our long-term survival on the moon, but they are evil. Kinetically, it's quite interesting. As I have just learned, for a break to heal properly, you need to put stress on the bone. Gravity should help more here than in a microgravity environment like the early space station before they added the centrifugal ring. Everyone is going on and on about how all they've had thus far have been rodent studies to the point that you would think they are happy I'm injured. Luckily, our team is settling in nicely, and I should be able to continue with their training without interruption. Oh, may I ask you to do me a small favor? Someone here mentioned Kipling's Just So stories, and it is bothering all of us that we can't.
And it is bothering.
Kipling's Just So stories.
And it is bothering all of us that we can't remember.
Kipling's Just So stories.
And it is bothering all of us that we can't remember the name of the armadillo story. The story with the armadillo.
Kipling's Just So stories.
And it is bothering all of us that we can't remember the name of the story with the armadillo. The library here. Sorry, let me hit that hard. Because the T is important.
Name of the story with the armadillo.
The library here doesn't have a copy, so could you look at home or ask Nathaniel, since I know he has one? Love, Nicole. I'm going to stop sharing that page.
Okay.
Go back to looking at Andrew. I sing the song of my people. There we go.
All right, you ready?
Almost. I'm just quickly. Yeah. Yep. They, I think it mostly worked. It worked well enough. Haha! Someone just translated it correctly. Yay!
Huh.
Good job, Fusion Woman. Okay.
Moving on to 17.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Love, Nicole.
17. IAC aide briefed on Mars expedition death. Secret report to be given to UN leaders in the capital. Kansas City, April 14th, 1963. A top International Aerospace Coalition official...
A top, here we go.
Yes.
April 14th, 1963. 14th, 1963.
A top International Aerospace Coalition official received today the first preliminary but secret report on results of the investigation into the tragic accident this past November, just 1 month into the 3-year first Mars expedition. Norman Clemens, director of the space agency, spent all day with a 9-man board of inquiry and then shared the details of that report with the diplomats representing the 8 member nations of the IAC. Director Clemens declined to make any statements before or after the meeting. When I was little, Easter Sunday involved a new dress and a bonnet, bright white gloves. My nanny polished my shoes to a mirror gloss. After church, the extended family would gather on the sweeping front lawn of Cousin Walter's house for an Easter egg hunt. As a teen, I dyed eggs and hid them from my younger cousins. This is a description of my childhood Easters, except minus the nanny and the gloves, and Cousin Walter. In the real world, although there is a Cousin Walter, and his house. We did that later at his house. Before that, we did it at his sister's house. Edie and Herschel, and I couldn't say Edith or Herschel because those are both names that I used in Calculating Stars and Faded Sky for Elma's family.
Gotcha.
But that is why Herschel is named Herschel.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take it from as a teen. After as a teen, please.
Okay.
As a teen,
I dyed eggs and hid them from my younger cousins, imagining the day when my child would toddle after them. When I got married, people kept asking when we would have children. And then we stopped going. There are no children on the moon to hide eggs for. Hell, we got our first chickens in the last 6 months, and their eggs had only just made it into the food rotation. I couldn't imagine convincing the IAC to let us dye them for fun. I did not have a new dress, or any dress for that matter. Bonnets and hats were beyond silly up here. I had a delicate Pomona green silk scarf to tie around my neck and a white linen blouse, which I'd brought up to celebrate the lunar colony's movement to move.
Which I'd brought. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
From and a white linen blouse,
Okay.
please.
Silk scarf to tie around my neck.
And a white linen blouse, which I'd brought up to celebrate the lunar colony's move to a short-sleeve environment after years of wearing flight suits and carrying a safety helmet. With that, I gussied myself up as best I could and went to church. Not because it was Easter, but because Eugene and Myrtle were my friends and this was important to them. We didn't have ministers or rabbis or imams, not formally. But we did have members of all of those faiths who found ways to have worship services. There was no church, no mosque, no sacred space, unless you counted lunar ground control. Church, in this instance, met in the restaurant in Midtown. Le Restaurant because the moon has only one and it is run by a French couple who are beautiful cooks and not terribly original with names. I stepped through the airlock from the Baker Street gerbil tube into Midtown and had to resist the urge to latch it shut behind me. The lunar colony now had electromagnetic latches that would let the doors swing shut in case of a breach. My chest expanded a little as I crossed into the large open dome of Midtown. The light is always the first thing that catches me. Even with filters to make the dome translucent, Midtown is flooded with vivid white light during lunar day. It caught on the edges of the cubicles and silvered the rubber walls.
I want you to listen to Le Restaurant one time and just make sure you're happy with it.
If it's
Restaurant, because the moon.
If it's French and you are better at French than I am, so tell me what's wrong with it.
Let me listen one more time, please.
Le restaurant, because.
I think the LE should be more like le restaurant.
Le restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not great at French either, but I think it's, yeah. Le restaurant. Le restaurant. Yep.
Le restaurant.
Restaurant. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I could also look it up and maybe have a French person say it. Want me to try Forvo?
No, it's okay. Well, Nicole does speak
'Cause
French, though.
She went to a Swiss finishing school. She probably speaks French.
She does speak French. Yeah, go ahead and take a look.
Here we go. Here you go.
Le restaurant.
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 Le
restaurant.
That's closer, yeah.
Le restaurant.
Le restaurant.
Le restaurant.
Wrong.
Wrong.
Le restaurant.
Le restaurant.
I'm gonna hate myself for having done this. Le restaurant.
Le restaurant.
I'm gonna Americanize it a little.
Okay.
Because even though she speaks French, it is in the middle of her speaking English.
Right, and she's not. Yeah, exactly. Here we go.
Met in the restaurant in Midtown.
Le restaurant. Because the moon has... Yep.
That was good, but it sounded like you were thinking about it.
Yep.
Here we go.
Met in the restaurant in Midtown.
Le restaurant. Because the moon has only one, and it is run by...
Good.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. I think I can make a little edit there, but I'm not going to make everyone wait for it.
Okay. Someone has asked, and it's a good question, the term punch keeps getting used. What exactly does that mean? And that is a you. I mean, we can talk about it together, but that's a question for you, really.
Sure. So punching in is basically when do we start recording again? So when I ask Mary or say that I'd like to punch at a certain point, that means that when I say the phrase, usually what I mean is at the end of that phrase is where I'm going to punch, which means I'm going to start recording after she hears the end of whatever phrase I say. Or sometimes I say, please record from, and I say the beginning of the sentence, the end of the sentence, and that whole area is the area that we're going to record. And I say punch because it's called punch recording, as opposed to just letting the transport continue to run while recording. Mary, does that make sense? Do you want to add anything?
Nope, that makes good sense to me. I mean, that's the way I understand it, too. I think it's called punch because it's like punching buttons, but I don't actually know why it's called punching.
That's a good question. I'm not sure I know the exact answer to that,
Yeah,
but
I don't
definitely
know.
it predates digital. It's from analog when you had to punch it on tape machines.
All right.
So, it caught on the edge.
Yes.
So here we go.
Light during lunar day.
It caught on the edges of the cubicles and silvered the rubber walls. Midtown used to be our only habitat, with everything crammed into it. Now the upper floor functioned primarily as a recreation space, with a running track circling the living quarters that lined the walls. Even on Sunday, people loped along the track, getting in their hour of IAC-mandated exercise. Guitar music floated through the streets, formed of storage containers. In the middle of it all was Central Park. Coming from Earth, the pathetic patch of green was unworthy of the word park. 6 raised beds grew a collection of weeds. But I still had my Earth lenses on. By next week, this would seem to be a paradise of living matter. The weeds made sense in nutrition-poor soil. I had in nutrition-poor soil. I'd enjoyed more than one delicious meal involving dandelion greens or roasted prickly pear. Nicole! Myrtle stood with Helen.
Myrtle stood. Here we go.
Nicole!
Myrtle stood with Helen near the dandelion bed. You can settle an argument for us. Helen beamed at the flowers as if we hadn't just left the lushness of Brazil. Does communion wine need to be grapes, or would dandelion wine work? I held up my hands. You are asking the wrong person. I nearly stayed in bed this morning. I was going to say. Helen wore a smart salmon-pink linen top with a deep turquoise rhinestone peacock that was probably the only peacock in space. I don't think I have ever.
I don't think. Here we go.
Stood prickly. Probably the only peacock in space. I don't think I have ever seen you in church. Eugene invited her yesterday. Myrtle laughed. This might be our Easter miracle. I tried not to stare at the empty space where Eugene should be. I suspect the miracle is that you convinced your husband to stay put. Myrtle rolled her eyes. He's already in there. Ah. I glanced at Le Restaurant, which was a cubicle facing onto Central Park. Didn't want people to see how shaky he was. Remind me why I married a pilot? She wore a navy blouse nipped in at the waist with a broad white patent leather belt over a pair of matching navy moon trousers. The ankles were snugged tight beneath the soft drape with matching navy buttons. Somehow she'd brought a beautiful navy toque up with her. On her, the hat wasn't silly. Its veil and flower details were glorious and made me reconsider my wardrobe choices. That man, Lord help me, I love him, but he's going to be the death of me. As we walked toward Le Restaurant, I lowered my voice. How is he? Better, but I'm not sure how much of that is just gravity. He is definitely better than he was in the CM. Worry pinched Helen's brows. I thought we were going to run out of emesis bags. The trouble with 0G is that there's nothing to hold food down in the stomach, so if you have gas, it doesn't rise above the solid matter, it pushes it out. Burping is likely to lead to some form of upchuck, so intestinal distress, it gets messy fast. Even 1/6 G.
Even 1/6. Here we go.
True thing. ISS astronauts have to deal with.
Jeez. Don't burp.
Don't burp. This is why they do not do carbonated beverages in space. That's just unpleasant.
Complete and total barfarama.
Yeah, someone, I can't remember which of the big champagne producers, like Dom Perignon or something, put all of this money, or someone developed this special champagne glass for zero gravity. Like they tested it on vomit comets and all of that, so you can have celebrations in space. And the only thing that goes through my mind is no one wants anything with CO2 in it in space. Good on you for being able to have the bubbles and all of that. Don't want it. Sounds real unpleasant. Yeah. Not how I want to celebrate.
Marketing.
Without thought.
That's what I said. Marketing.
Marketing.
All right, here we go.
It gets messy fast.
Even 1/6 G was enough to let gas rise and help food stay down. I held the door for Myrtle and Helen. It looked like the Arnolds had repainted Le Restaurant since the last time I was up. The plastic four
Can we do the Arnolds?
The Arnolds, yes.
It's not nodes. Let me look it up because
Okay. I thought it was
Arnaud, I think.
Arnaud? Okay.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It's been
Yep.
long. Here we go. Arnaud here. Oops.
Arnaud.
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 Yep.
Okay.
Arnaud.
Okay.
Arnaud. Yep.
Toque is similar to a cloche. It's
It's a little bit different in shape.
Everyone is like, what is a toque? I forget that people are not as obsessed with hats as I am.
Okay. I held the door for Myrtle and Helen. Here we go. All right, after Helen.
I held the door for Myrtle and Helen.
It looked like the Arnolds had painted. Sorry.
I held the door for.
That was actually pretty good. Here we go.
Yeah, but it's not in this context. Let me do it one more time.
Sure.
I held the door for Myrtle and Helen.
It looked like the Arnolds had painted Le Restaurant since the last time I was up. The wood floor, plastic floor, whatever. Some floor they just stood on. It was rock.
Can we take it from the restaurant? Just
Yep.
punch from there.
Yep.
There we go.
It looked like the Arnolds had painted.
Le Restaurant. Yeah, we can. Sure.
It
Absolutely.
looks like the.
Here we go.
It looked like the Arnolds had painted.
Le Restaurant since the last time I was up. The plastic floor had a wood grain pattern scuffed in places to reveal battleship gray. Blue and white braided pads made from uniform discards somehow made the ubiquitous gray chairs look like garden furniture. At the front of the room, Eugene was looking better, but then scrubbing vomit out of your hair will do that. He sat, talking with a couple of people and nodding earnestly. For all the world, he reminded me of Kenneth talking to constituents. We should talk about husbands sometime. Why? What did yours do? Myrtle stepped into the tiny 6-table restaurant and oriented immediately to Eugene.
Myrtle, here we go. Oh, wait, there's one dropout. Hold on.
Okay.
Can we do the plastic floor through Battleship Gray, please?
Yes.
Here we go.
Restaurant since the last time I was up.
The plastic floor had a wood grain pattern scuffed in places to reveal battleship gray.
Thank you. One second.
No problem.
Can you see my screen too, Mary?
I just barely. I have it very, very tiny because it's distracting otherwise, but because it's Skype, it's always sitting on top of everything, so I have it shoved up and away.
Gotcha. Curious if you could see when I was doing something or not.
Yeah. Someone has just questioned my pronunciation of toque, thinking that is toque.
Shall I look it up?
Yeah, let's just in case.
Let's see.
T-O. You've got the page.
Merriam-Webster says toque.
Toque.
Okay.
Can you see the Merriam-Webster page?
No, I only see.
Okay.
Yeah, you're just sharing
Totals, right.
that one screen.
Right. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. White, blah, blah, blah. Why, what did yours do? Right after why, what did yours do?
Yeah, sorry, I just looked over and Fusion Woman and Kendra are punning in the comments. So I'm going to just not look at those anymore.
Distracting.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Why? What did yours do?
Myrtle stepped into the tiny 6-table restaurant and oriented immediately to Eugene the way a solar panel aligns to the sun. I opened my mouth to brush her off, but all of my fear crowded my throat. I had to swallow before I spoke. Nothing. Don't nothing me. She held up a hand. If it's none of my business, say so. But don't lie. Not on Easter. Biting the inside of my lip, I sighed. Fixing my gaze on the faux wood floor, I gave a small shrug. He had a health issue while I was gone last time, and did not tell me. Oh, for the love of... Myrtle pinched the space between her brows. Men are... How do they survive to adulthood? It is one of the great mysteries of the universe. Helen clucked her tongue.
Helen clucked. Here we go.
Great mysteries of the universe.
Helen clucked her tongue. Reynard had never understood that one must sweep under the bed. I will not describe to you the horrors. I laughed with the women, although, to be honest, I hadn't known that either. I'd grown up with a maid and a housekeeper. I hung my own clothes up, and some of my society friends thought I was progressive for doing that. More of the small congregation was filling the space. I'm going to grab a chair before they're all gone. Myrtle gestured to the front of the room. Come sit with us. He'll be up in a minute, and you can have his seat. I'm more comfortable in the back, if you don't mind. I winked. Besides, just in case, I don't want to be in the spatter zone. She snorted. I tried telling him. Squeezing my arm, Helen turned to walk to the front of the little room with Myrtle.
Squeezing. Here we go.
Snorted. I tried telling him.
Squeezing my arm, Helen turned to walk to the front of the little room with Myrtle. I settled in a chair in the back corner where I could see the door and count who came and went. Whoever had written the manifesto was Christian, and this was Easter Sunday. When Dina Whitney started to sing the communion hymn, I'll admit that my mouth dropped open. She had a clear, high soprano that seemed to float as if free of gravity's lightest touch. I'd trained with her and had no idea she had a voice like that. There is a fountain drawn filled with blood. I have a choice of singing or not singing. I don't remember the tune of this, so I am choosing not to sing for the speed of narration. And I will also say, actually, as another audiobook point, the reason I have the choice here is because this song is old enough, it's a hymn, it's old enough that it is not in copyright. Weirdly, the way copyright law works in music, you can include the text of lyrics, an excerpt of the text, short, like 2 or 3 lines of lyrics in a novel without problems. If you sing the same amount, the copyright laws for music are different than the copyright laws for words. I'm explaining this a little bit badly but basically I can read the text, but I can't sing the text. So like when there's a pop song that's in a song or in an audiobook, that's why it's always spoken. So I have the choice here, and I can go either way because of the convention of speaking songs. But that is the. This is also the. I forgot to do prep on this. Otherwise, I might actually, and maybe we'll go back and drop it in later.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right, you want to do it from There Is a Fountain?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Idea she had a voice like that.
There is a fountain filled with blood, drawn from Emmanuel's veins, and sinners plunged beneath that flood lose all their guilty stains. One by one, the small rows of congregants stood to file to the front. Aldrin had used part of his personal allotment to bring wafers and wine to the moon. I stood in the back corner and made notes of everyone who attended. Those who stood and those who, like me, stayed seated. I'm not sure how many lunar citizens were Christian, but 53 came to the church service. 11 people from our rocket attended, not counting the Lindholms, Helen, and me. It was more than I expected, honestly, but I suppose a near-death experience coupled with a major religious holiday would instill piety in the most doubting of souls. The dying thief rejoiced to see that fountain in his day, and there may I, though vile as he, wash all my sins away. From that list of 11, I set aside the people Clemens had rotated onto our team: Anna Teresa, Ingram, Tierra, and Faustino. My reasoning was that they had gone through additional screening and had all been on the moon more than once. That is continuity error. This is Anna Teresa's first time on the moon. I'm just going to mark that so that if I get to do a second edition, actually, so that the UK edition will be correct. Okay.
All right. Can we go back and get one quick thing here?
Yes.
At the bottom of the previous page, the last sentence. I sat in the back corner. I think you said I stood.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Here we go. Just that phrase. A sentence. Here we go.
Wafers and wine to the moon.
I sat in the back corner and made notes of everyone who attended.
Thank you. After once.
All been on the moon more than once.
If they wanted to cause trouble, they had prior opportunity. Unless, of course, they were a recent recruit or this was all timed to coincide with activity on Earth. Actually, you know what? Since I know I'm going to correct, I am actually going to, it's not going to change the length, so I am going to fix that because it is a continuity error and that will bother. That is other things I can, I'm just going to insert the word most.
Okay. Gotcha.
And most had been on the moon and cut all.
Okay. Let's take it from my reasoning then, please.
Okay.
And should we just keep going from there? I can punch
Yeah.
out and we can keep going. Here we go.
Tierra and Faustino.
My reasoning was that they had gone through additional training and most had been on the moon more than once. If they wanted to cause trouble, they had prior opportunity. Unless, of course, they were a recent recruit, or this was all timed to coincide with activity on Earth. That left me with a list of 8. 1. Caden Murphy. 2. Imelda Corona. 3. Vicky Shue. 4. Ruben Dupreez. 5. Donica Dupreez. 6. Curtis Fry. 7. Luther Sanchez. 8. Catalina Suarez Gallego.
Let's do Catalina, please.
Sanchez. 8.
Catalina Suarez Gallego. Not going up? Faustino sidled into the row in front of me. At my husband's church, I would have taken communion because not to do so would have invited questions. Here, it felt disrespectful. I shook my head. Thank you. No. I know he's not a real priest, but I promise you won't burst into flames. Faustino cocked his head. Wait, I forgot who I was talking to. I'm kicking your chair through the rest of the service. He smirked and tipped his chair back, which is dead simple in light gravity, and still just as annoying. I kicked his chair. Even with my accurate warning, he jumped and overcompensated badly.
Even. There we go.
I kicked his chair.
Even with my accurate warning, he jumped and overcompensated badly. Faustino's chair fell backward. I reached for him and his chair back. Excuse me.
Reached. Here we go. Oops. Here we go.
Faustino's chair fell backward.
I reached for him and his chair back cracked against my cast. I gasped as a lightning bolt went off in my arm, but I caught him. Granted, he didn't weigh much more than 10 kilos. Still, the moment I pushed his chair upright, I tucked my wrist, my arm, a body part of some caliber.
Still, here we go.
Weigh much more than 10 kilos.
Still, the moment I pushed his chair upright, I tucked my arm against my body, pressing my right hand to the wrist as if I could stop the throbbing. Nicole, are you okay? What happened? And just like that, my discreet... let me just make one of them not American.
Okay.
Let me do the what happened.
Okay. Here we go.
Nicole, are you okay?
What happened? And just like that, my discreet corner in the back became a cluster of people. Luther held out a drink bag of water, as if that would help. Hey, she kicked my chair over. Faustino wasn't serious, but I had left my sense... Let me do that again so that his joking is more obvious.
Okay. Here we go.
Bag of water, as if that would help.
Hey, she kicked my chair over. And now I am French, I do not know why.
Here we go.
Bag of water, as if that would help.
Hey, she kicked my chair over. Let's use the first take of that. It was perfect. I loved it very much.
All right, sounds good. After over, here we go.
Okay.
Hey, she kicked my chair over.
Faustino wasn't serious, but I had left my sense of humor somewhere outside the lunar sphere of influence. It was that or your balls. The moment the words were out of my mouth, I regretted them. Makeshift though this was, it was still a sacred space to the people here. Sorry, I'm sorry, that was inappropriate. Oh. Faustino gave a one-sided shrug. No, I'm the one that's sorry. I shouldn't have been messing with you, being hurt and all. I drew myself up straight. I'm fine. I caught you, didn't I? Pilots. Myrtle stood in the aisle and going to sneeze. Oh, these have ridiculously long wind-ups. And apparently no sneeze.
Heavy cloud, but no rain.
Yep.
After pilots, please.
Okay.
Pilots.
Myrtle stood in the aisle and shook her head at me as if I were a child. Always the same. At the front of the room, Aldrin held up his hands. Did everyone get communion who wanted it? He waited a beat. Great. I guess that's it then. Kurt jumped up. Friends, before we go, I'm new up here, but my family always had an egg hunt, so I brought some candy eggs and hid them in the park out there. There was nearly a mass exodus, including me, but Faustino waved his hands. Wait! Closing prayer at least. So close. As people settled back into their chairs, Vicky held out my little notebook, which was scuffed from being underfoot. I think you dropped this? Thanks. I took it back and tried to appear attentive as Faustino moved to the front. Let us close today with a prayer of thanksgiving. The rustle of clothes accompanied his words.
Russell, here we go.
Today with a prayer of thanksgiving.
The rustle of clothes accompanied his words as the small congregation bowed their heads. O Lord, our heavenly Father, as we most humbly beseech you to grant your forgiveness through the merits and death of your Son, Jesus Christ, and through faith in his blood. I ducked my head, not to pray, but to update my notes on who had taken communion. The page was gone. I riffled through the little book. It was scuffed and pages were bent, but only one was torn out. Around me, the rest of the congregation stood up. It's 4:29. There's a line of dialogue there. Do you want a break?
Yes. Can we go back and get? Oh Lord, our heavenly Father, we most humbly beseech you. I think you just said we beseech you.
Okay.
Let me listen. Or you said as we most humbly beseech you.
Okay then. Okay.
Let's see. Aha. See if you believe this. Here.
As we whole congregation bowed their heads. O Lord, our heavenly Father, we most humbly beseech you to grant your forgiveness.
Yes, no?
Not quite.
Did you hear it?
There was a little
Your
pop.
edit,
Yeah.
your edit is different than my edit. That's part of the problem. Here, let me
Right.
just
Right, because
do
of
it
the
one more
thing you
time.
have to do.
Yeah, I've got it right. It just didn't sound right to you. Here, try this.
Okay.
Small congregation bowed their heads. O Lord, our heavenly Father, we most humbly beseech you to grant your forgiveness.
Yep, totally buy that.
Awesome. Okay.
All right.
Rest of the congregation stood up. All right, great.
Um,
Because we're pretty far from a chapter end here, aren't we? Yeah, we are.
I think so. Well, actually, it's
1,
not that.
2, 3.
Is it 3?
We're 3.5.
Oh yeah.
wanna see if we can-
But there's a scene break right on the next page.
Oh, let's do that.
Okay, that's better.
Here we go.
Great.
The rest of the congregation stood up.
Easter eggs in the park! Kurt's voice sounded impossibly young and energetic. And I have a prize for the one who collects the most. I knelt, looking at the floor. The page wouldn't be there, but I wanted it to be. There wasn't anything terribly incriminating on it, was there? Just a list of names. Not as though I'd written, "My list of suspects" at the top or anything. Everything okay? Kurt stood at the end of the row of chairs. I sat back on my heels. Oh, yes, thank you. I just dropped something in all the hubbub earlier. Can I help? I waved him away. Thanks, it's fine. Besides, you should be out looking for eggs, right? He glanced over his shoulder, corner of his mouth dimpling. That's the problem with hiding them. I know where they are. His smile deepened, and the damn man got down on his knees. But hey, you've lost something.
But hey, here we go. Here we go.
And the damn man got down on his knees.
But hey, you've lost something, so that's kind of like hunting for Easter eggs, right? What are we looking for? On Earth, the easy lie would have been that I'd dropped an earring. I didn't wear them up here. So I went with an almost truth, just in case he actually found it. A list. I was going to set up a bridge night and had started making a list of potential players. Neat! He slid the chairs aside. He slid the...
He slid. Here we go.
Potential players. Neat!
He slid chairs aside, peering across the floor. Am I on there? Yeah, buddy, you are.
Yep.
So is everybody. Nicole suspects all.
That's the way her mind works. All right.
Okay. Anything else you need me to fix?
I don't. Oh yes, thank you. One more thing.
Yep.
Dropout.
Okay.
There wasn't anything terribly incriminating on it. Just I need that phrase. There was some internet weirdness.
There, but I wanted it to be.
There wasn't anything terribly incriminating on it, was there?
One sec. Just do a little finagling here.
Be.
Thank you. And then I think I got all the rest we've addressed them. Yep.
Cool. Someone would like to know what software you're using for the recording and editing.
Pro Tools.
And also, what do the colors mean for each of the vocal tracks?
The colors are just, in this particular case, are randomly assigned by Pro Tools. They don't actually have any particular significance. I mean, I could color them if I wanted to. It's just, yeah. The size is more important right now for me because I make the bigger ones the record track and the smaller ones are not.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Sorry, Vocal Nerd said those French people were probably physicists. Physicists are horrible at naming things like the Very Large Telescope. That is now canon, and you are correct. Absolutely. They are up specifically to work with the Big Moon Telescope, which is now what I'm going to call that. In the very scary story, The Phobos Experience, is the geologist Lindquist supposed to be a relative of the Lindholms? I am disturbed that you have read it as Lindquist, unless you read it in draft, because when we published it, it was supposed to be Lindholm because he is in fact their son. And also Vocal Nerd is a physicist, and so says that with the voice of authority. Thank you. What's the hold music? I use Canva to make the little things. Yes, I will fix the typo on the lunch thing at some point. It's not a priority. And it was, I can't remember what the name of the track was, but it was one of the free ones that Canva offers. I think that's all of the questions that have not already been answered in here. All right, so we are back tomorrow for more of this exciting adventure. Cool. I thought that I had gone back to narration. Oh, I did. So we are back for more exciting adventure tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. We are getting better at starting on time. This morning we thought we were actually ready to go early and then had a problem anyway. So, but we think we figured it all out. See you tomorrow. Thank you all so much. And now I just have to remember how to stop streaming because I am totally a narrator and not an engineer. Bye. Oh, nope, it's frozen. So, still streaming, because the page that I need to click the end stream button on is totally frozen. Eventually, I will stop streaming this. I'll reload that page. Let's see, what else should I tell you? While we're waiting on this page to reload. I can sing again. Let's see. I think I did more cursing today. The interesting thing, actually, when you catch mistakes like the ones that we're catching, I should say that, oh, yeah, is the page unresponsive? No kidding, really, yes, I would actually like to exit that page. Thank you for suggesting that, so that I can reload the page. Every audiobook I have ever narrated by, doesn't matter how many people look at it and how carefully it's proofed, I always catch mistakes. So even if I had done my usual process with this one, where I catch things, I narrate it in the first draft, I would still catch one or two mistakes in this version. There's just something about the way the brain works and how easy it is to gloss past things. All right, can I end the stream now? No. Yes. Yes, I can. Am I sure I would like to end the stream? Yes, I would very much like to end the stream. Bye, everybody.